Chapter 1941 Contented Lifestyle. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds spread. The earth cracked open, a large trench spread out and extended forward, swallowing everything in its path, approaching Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was about to occur. At this moment, there were still several Central Continent GU Immortals guarding Emperor City, but to save the lives of everyone in such a short time, none of the GU Immortals could do it. Earth trenches were formed naturally, nobody could predict where the next earth trench would appear. But only Fang Yuan knew. Because this earth trench appeared in his previous life and destroyed Emperor City. Both Central Continent's and Western Desert's forces were caught off guard, the earth trench was truly a huge shock to them. But Western Desert was shocked and happy while Central Continent was shocked and fearful. Right when Emperor City was about to be destroyed, an immortal GU house emerged and turned into jade light as it flew into the sky rapidly. It was Divine Bean Palace. Stop him, Central Continent's GU Immortals subconsciously shouted. What is Fang Dichong doing? Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the rest were quite surprised. Divine Bean Palace's action was not what they had planned. Fang Dichong was shocked at the moment, not only could he not connect to the outside world, his entire body was immobilized. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely, a formless force was restraining him completely. On the painting that surrounded the walls, a lump of will emerged. The will quickly gathered into human form. He had the appearance of a young man with a gentlemanly air, wearing green clothes and a white headband, his long hair extended to his shoulders. Seeing this will, Fang Dichang's expression turned ashen, he shouted, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, the Venerable with the most abundant immortal essence in history, the third-generation immortal king of Heavenly Court, the creator of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he was the one who cleansed the demonic trend, he restored order to the world. Indeed, this was Genesis Lotus, Will. Damn it, he was hiding in the painting so I could not discover him. Fang Dichong understood at once, he had no understanding of painting path after all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus, Will appeared? I am restrained here without any freedom left. Instantly, Fang Dichong thought of Ching Chou. His heart turned cold, he had once thought he completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel truth was exposed here. Divine Bean Palace still continued secrets, its owner was still Genesis Lotus, Will all along. This method was a secret to both the real Fang Dichong and Fang Yuan's clone, they were unaware of it. How could a Venerable's immortal GU house be taken so easily? Boom, Divine Bean Palace landed on the ground, right in the center of Emperor City as if it was overseeing the situation. An endless amount of green light spread out from Divine Bean Palace, the light was as warm as water, it was not glaring at all, radiating half the sky. The whole of Emperor City was covered in green light. Within the light, paintings in all the corners of Emperor City started to surface and show themselves. These were all paintings of the lives of people, they portrayed the scene of Emperor City at certain points in time. There were marketplaces, crowded with people, vendors vied for attention while selling a wide variety of goods. There were the silhouettes of courtyards of several houses, and on the tall trees in the courtyard, a few birds' nests had young chicks waiting to fly. Under the trees, there was a group of children playing and chasing each other, full of hope for the future. There was a group going towards the bride's house, they traveled from the north with the groom riding on a large horse, behind him was a mortal GU house carriage one. This kind of mortal GU house was usually only used during marriage ceremonies in Central Continent, and the surface of the carriage was decorated with colorful blooming flowers. Behind the carriage was a group of servants carrying the bride's generous dowry. There was a tea house, the street in front of the entrance was crowded with pedestrians, and the upper level of the tea house was filled with guests who were eating breakfast while looking through the windows, watching the street. The banners of the tea house, used to attract customers, fluttered along with the slight morning breeze. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At the corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall where a blind old GU master, who perhaps owned a wisdom path GU worm, was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future prospects of a female customer. Be it dusk or dawn, the city gates or the vibrant markets, the contented lifestyles of the people in Emperor City could be clearly seen in these respective paintings. Undeniably, this was a painting path method filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, contented lifestyle. Emperor City actually has such a hidden method from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as immortal for some time. Don't tell me that these rumors were actually true. Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's GU Immortals were joyful. Western Desert's side felt that the situation was turning bad. Divine Bean Palace was connected with Emperor City and formed a gigantic immortal GU house. The central area was Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. As the earth trench approached, the monstrous mouth opened, attempting to engulf Emperor City. But Emperor City had transformed already, it floated in the sky without moving at all. The countless people in the city cheered loudly. They jumped in joy as they cheered and shouted, they had escaped a certain death situation. A group of people were sobbing with joy, they knelt down on the ground and started to kowtow to the paintings. Suddenly, many new paintings appeared all over the place, the content of the paintings were the scenes of these kowtowing people. This killer move, contented lifestyle, was able to draw power from mortals to strengthen itself. As the power of the paintings accumulated unceasingly, it was transmitted into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will controlled this power, he had a firm grasp of Divine Bean Palace, he looked towards Fang Dichong with a seemingly smiling face. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here, you prevented a catastrophe for the mortals. This was Genesis Lotus's arrangement when he was alive. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought here by Fang clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. In this life, using Fang Yuan's clone as the tool, Divine Bean Palace appeared to save the mortals. As his feeling of danger increased, Fang Dichong struggled intensely. But a profound power restrained him and directly sent him into the painting of Divine Bean Palace. Fang Dichang's vision changed, when he took a second look, he was already inside the painting. The scene was quite familiar to him, he saw a grey-white land with deep pits in it, he had planted the immortal beans here back then. Right now, most of the beans were used up in the fight, there were only some sprouts left here, slowly growing. Fang Dichong found that he could move again but it was useless, no matter how he tried, he could not escape from this painting. I am sealed within the painting. Fang Dichong thought about Flower Lady in his previous life, she had been suppressed in the painting that was in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Dichong tried to connect to his main body but he found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense Treasure Yellow Heaven, all of his communicative methods were ineffective. Calm down, I still have my final hope. Fang Dichong pondered for a moment before activating the killer move Karma Divine Tree. Thankfully, this move had been modified already, once he activated it, Genesis Lotus, will, which was outside the painting, had a change of expression. This method was truly the only way to resist, even Genesis Lotus, will could not stop him. At this time, in Emperor City, the final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was undergoing. This great competition was finally at its last moment, the victor was about to be decided. I succeeded. Success. Hong Yi and Yi Fan spoke at the same time, they refined the GU refinement at the same time. To decide the victor, a time path GU master would need to inspect the specific timing of their completion. But at this moment, jade light shined, the two were enveloped by it, dragged by it and flying far away. This jade light was extremely fast, it brought Hong Yi and Yi Fan into Divine Bean Palace almost instantly. Genesis Lotus, will in Divine Bean Palace gritted his teeth, seeing this, the two people brought by the jade light were extremely close to Fang Yuan, they were either his pawns or his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus, will quickly activated Divine Bean Palace, the light that carried Yi Fan and Hong Yi took a twist as it landed in a painting of Emperor City, both of them were sealed as well. What is going on? Who won? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression, they were currently inside a painting created by the killer move Contented Lifestyle, all they saw was a peaceful and serene environment in front of them. This made them feel extremely confused. Where in the world are we? Aren't there GU immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? Hong Yi gave himself a hard pinch, he gritted his teeth as he felt a sharp pain. We call it a Chinese sedan, otherwise known as litter vehicle Google for image. Chapter 1942 Destiny Song. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. Only a small portion of the five-colored smoke remained, Di Zhangsheng roared as it used its mighty strength to tear the formation. Its mountain range-sized body was still charging forward. Stop it, another sub-formation has been broken. How many sub-formations do we still have? Only one is left. Quickly construct the sub-formations. We can't, its destructive force is too great, we won't make it in time. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent GU immortals were stationed here but got restricted by the five-colored smoke, be it controlling the formation or constructing sub-formations, they had to face backlashes. The more powerful the person and the more strength they used, the stronger the backlash would be. Di Zhangsheng was extremely powerful, it could break the sub-formations so quickly with just its physical strength. And it was constantly becoming stronger. The 5 regions' regional walls grew increasingly fragile, the earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually merging into one, the earth trench that spread to Emperor City was huge evidence. Earth trenches had already spread to the central region of Central Continent, this meant that the merging of earth veins had reached the highest point. Be it the other 4 regions or Central Continent, the rapid spread of new earth trenches led to countless tragedies and deaths, human emotions were surging. Zheng was different from other legendary immemorial beasts, it was born from the power of earth veins fused with the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth vein expanded to become the 5 regions' earth vein, Zheng's strength rose to 5 times of before. Negative emotions were also increasing wildly in the humans of all regions, Zheng's strength was further soaring because of this. Duke Long was growing stronger continuously because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand. And Zheng's strength was growing at an even more horrifying speed than Duke Long's. As such, even though Heavenly Court's main force was here, using all their abilities and staking their lives, they were unable to stop Zheng's charge. Heavenly Court's main force was furious. We can't let it move forward. We must stop it even if we die. Damned evil dragon. Get out of my way, let me stop it. Zhang Feixiang suddenly roared, becoming a giant with a bare head and human body. He attacked with no fear of death. Bam! A muffled sound echoed, he was directly crushed into meat paste, dying on the spot. This rank 8 transformation path great expert could only obstruct Zhang for a brief moment. Zhang Feixiang, the eyes of Heavenly Court's immortals were filled with tears. At the crucial moment, the Heavenly Court members showed no hesitation towards sacrificing themselves. Let me. At the next moment, Flesh Whip Immortal went forward. She transformed into an immemorial walking meat tree, which was her strongest form. Bam! Another muffled sound echoed, Flesh Whip Immortal was smashed to pieces, her blood splashing everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal! The group of immortals cried out. When she was needed, she charged ahead without any regard for herself. A grand rank 8, a genius of her generation, could only stall it for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were visibly moved. What was urging them to do so? Seemingly Heavenly Court's GU immortals had all been like this since ancient times. Their spirit had never waned, it had instead been fostered and enhanced. Heavenly Court had never lacked brave members. Primordial origin might have passed away, but his spirit did not. Unfortunately, your efforts are futile. At Wu Shuai's will, countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a huge vanguard army and flew in front of Zhang, attacking the final sub-formation. Watch this. Under the immortal's expectant gaze, Feng Jinhuang stood up, her youthful face was filled with seriousness and solemnness. She borrowed the immortal formation's strength to activate Immortal Killer Move Shatter Dream. Bam bam bam, pure dream reality seeker physique bodies exploded directly, becoming lumps of dream realms on the spot that rotated and moved slowly. Immortal Killer Move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Feng Jinhuang activated another method. These restored dream realms transformed back to human form again, but this time, they belonged to Feng Jinhuang. With Feng Jinhuang here, Dream Path was no longer Heavenly Court's weakness. What about this then? Before Heavenly Court's force could relax, a large formation was sent out from Dragon Palace at this crucial moment. 5 Regional Limit Formation. 5 colored smoke spouted once again and rapidly spread to cover the whole area. Heavenly Court's main force had bloodshot eyes as Zhu Kei'er shouted hoarsely, "Destroy it!" Vortex Space Boy and Jun Shenguang had already moved towards the formation. Too late, Zhan Biyudu exclaimed with joy from inside the formation. He did not let down everyone's expectations. At this crucial moment, he finished repairing the whole formation and joined the battle again. 5 colored smoke expanded and covered the sub-formation. Puff puff puff. The Central Continent GU Immortals were still setting up the formation, they were caught unprepared and coughed blood repeatedly, most fainted on the spot while some even died from the backlash. By now, they were all exhausted and the 5 regional limit formation became their death warrant. As for the GU Immortals controlling the main formation, they were forced to ease their strength while resisting the injuries from the backlash. Roar! Zhang took the chance to attack, it directly smashed into the final sub-formation. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was finally broken at this moment. The formation collapsed, the obstruction disappeared, Hairyfoot Mountain that had been hidden by the formation got exposed. This mountain was small and inconspicuous, it was as ordinary as could be but it held infallible blessed land. The GU Immortals who had been controlling the main formation were lying on Hairyfoot Mountain. The formation's destruction inflicted serious injuries on these GU Immortals again, almost none of them were in a clear-headed state. Most of the GU Immortals had already lost their lives, while a small portion were in a dazed state. Feng Jinhuang, who had been protected tightly, also had a pale face. She fell down to the ground in exhaustion and did not have any strength to escape. At this moment, she could only look on as Di Zhangsheng came charging. She could do nothing but wait for death. A strong sense of death suffocated Feng Jinhuang. Am I going to die? At this moment, this young female GU master felt a sense of loss. Protect Feng Jinhuang. Save her. No need to care about infallible blessed land. The final batch of success Dao marks have already been sent to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force staked all their energy to rescue Feng Jinhuang. Wishful thinking. The southern border GU Immortals laughed wildly as they used their strength to hold back these Heavenly Court GU Immortals as much as possible. Wu Yong's unlimited wind blew while making heavy sounds. This giant tornado stalled a large number of Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Zhen Shenguang and Vortex Space Boy charged to the front again. One cultivated light path, another space path, their activation speed of killer moves was fastest. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Dragon Palace withstood all sorts of explosions and forcibly attacked Zhen Shenguang and Vortex Space Boy. Zhen Shenguang and Vortex Space Boy finally could not dodge, they were carried away by dreamy light smoke the moment they were struck. After capturing these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limits and could not capture any more people unless these two were killed. Destroy Hairyfoot Mountain and infallible blessed land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead to charge in front. He was not on Heavenly Court's side and naturally was unaware that Heavenly Court had already completed the task. Even if he were to destroy infallible blessed land now, it did not have any influence on the big picture. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire obstructed Wu Yong, from which Prince Feng Xian flew out. By you alone. Wu Yong's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He suddenly disappeared and when he appeared, he was already behind Prince Feng Xian. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. We became friends at first sight, yet you have to go now. This is farewell, my good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing these words, even Prince Feng Xian, a person who infiltrated and went undercover in northern plains for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince Feng Xian lost control over his body and slowly floated towards the front. While floating, his hair, clothes, and limbs started to disintegrate. Damn it, farewell friend wind is actually in Wu Yong's hand. Prince Feng Xian shouted inwardly but was unable to articulate his words. He could not move at all, none of his methods could be used. With the final obstruction gone, Wu Yong charged down towards Hairyfoot Mountain like an eagle hunting its prey. The remaining Heavenly Court members wanted to reinforce but were held back by others. Wu Yong revealed awe-inspiring might. Before he had even truly descended, the wind pressure from him was already as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jinhuang could not even budge from this pressure and slowly closed her eyes in despair. But the pain that she anticipated did not manifest. Feng Jinhuang slowly opened her eyes in doubt and saw a figure blocking Wu Yong in front of her like an impenetrable fortress. The moment she saw this extremely familiar figure, she cried out in joy, "Father!" The rank 8 GU Immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was none other than Feng Juzhe. He wore a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. Hearing Feng Jinhuang's cry, Feng Juzhe turned sideways and looked at Feng Jinhuang. His eyes under his sharp brows revealed warmth and concern as well as confidence. Feng Juzhe did not say anything and only nodded at Feng Jinhuang before facing Wu Yong. But just that nod made Feng Jinhuang feel immense security and let her relax completely. This groundless comfort was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Jinhuang believed in it. This was her father Feng Juzhe. Wu Yong's eyes emitted dangerous light. Feng Juzhe, Wu Yong mumbled this name as he exposed his killing intent. You stopped me from chasing Fang Yuan before, I will settle the score with you properly now. He then prepared his killer move, trying to use farewell friend wind again. Feng Juzhe did not dodge or evade, he remained floating in the air as he slowly sang with a smile on his face. His voice was illusory and deep, it was filled with conflict and was very unique. Wu Yong was unconsciously influenced by the song, his attack paused. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width, in the range of mountains, like a wandering dragon. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed intensely, he began to struggle with difficulty, he had been the first to be struck by the move because he was the nearest. The song made Wu Yong feel unwell, it made him feel like he had returned to when he was young. He was always shrouded under his mother Wu Dushu's shadow and had received her strict teaching and restrictions. During that time, he could only receive her lessons obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong's eyes opened even wider. The farewell friend wind killer move he had used earlier on Prince Feng Xian had actually stopped. What song is this? It can actually break farewell friend wind. Wu Yong was shaken. Prince Feng Xian felt a different sensation. He felt like he had returned to the past when he had disguised his identity and finally cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He had a grotto heaven and finally had a feeling of joy, no longer having to endure the overbearing attitude of Northern Plains Superforce Gong tribe. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the southern border immortals were weakened and dispirited. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's side felt free and elated, their condition picked up and their injuries recovered. Destiny Song's ability was extremely comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could distinguish between allies and enemies. This was something that the previous life's Destiny Song could never compare to. Even Wu Shuai and the rest were constrained by the song, only Di Zhangsheng roared and forcibly endured the song, still continuing to charge forward. Feng Juzhe concentrated on Di Zhangsheng. Di Zhangsheng's body was so huge that it almost covered the sky and earth, just its dragon head was as big as a mountain. Feng Juzhe, in comparison, was as minuscule as an ant. But at the next moment, the effects of the song concentrated and focused on Di Zhangsheng. Di Zhangsheng felt like it had returned to the time when it was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was in a dark cage, unable to regain freedom even though it had 1,000 desires and endless strength. Helplessness. Di Zhangsheng started to slow down. It wanted to roar and cry out, but it ended up letting out whimpers. The immortals were shocked. This scene was too shocking. Feng Juzhe defeated Di Zhangsheng in one move. This was the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast of this age. In the previous life, it could fight Duke Long who was at his final moments of life. If he had not captured Dragon Palace, it would have been impossible for him to handle Di Zhangsheng so easily. This is my personal creation, Destiny Song. It has just been completed, please feel free to critique it. Feng Juzhe continued to sing while transmitting his voice. Destiny Song. The immortals, be they enemies or allies, engraved the name of this killer move deep in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny was constantly moving, it had ups and downs. Who would not have low points in their life? Even Fang Yuan, even the Venerables had times when they were at their lowest points. Destiny Song could bring out the lows and highs of the destiny of all living beings. At times, even heaven and earth will help you, at times, even heroes cannot emerge unscathed. Feng Juzhe's 9th song, Sound Path Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely heavy. He actually created the complete Destiny Song. As expected of Feng Juzhe. Zan Bu Du sighed heavily. This battle situation was transmitted to Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was naturally overjoyed. Feng Juzhe had been in a state of comprehension. He took the initiative and requested to explore the River of Time. Qin Dingling inspected his luck and saw his fortuitous encounter, so she fully supported it. Fairy Ziwei had thus secretly arranged a time path Immortal Gu house to send Feng Juzhe to the River of Time quietly. Fairy Ziwei believed Qin Dingling's words and she also saw Feng Juzhe's potential, but she had never imagined Feng Juzhe would actually give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move Destiny Song. Just this move alone raised Feng Juzhe's strength to the peak. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Heavenly Court wanted to restore rank 9 Fate Gu and seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to try to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven also had the same plan, but their target was set lower. They wanted to use the damaged Fate Gu to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. But both sides had not expected that ahead of them. A Gu Immortal actually created the initial draft of the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Immortal killer moves could be condensed into Immortal Gu recipes. The best example was Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. The refined Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe had been derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was no exaggeration to say that this move alone allowed Feng Juzhe's name to be written down in history. Worthy of a Tao Guardian. Such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Ziwei felt stunned and dazzled. She admitted her inferiority. Father, you are amazing. Feng Jinhuang stared at Feng Juzhe's back with her eyes wide open. Feelings of idolization and love almost overflowed. The girl's heart was filled with pride and joy at this moment. Yes, my father has never disappointed me. At this moment, Feng Jinhuang was filled with bliss as she cheered inwardly. Father, you are most amazing, your broad shoulders will forever be my most reliable support. Chapter 1943 Fang Yuan's strongest offense. Heavenly Court's battlefield. Immortal killer move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal killer move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year Flying Warship. Too close. Almost at the same time, the daybreak swords that were floating around Myriad Year Flying Warship swarmed in and submerged Duke Long. Countless dragon-shaped tattoos floated around Duke Long's body, blocking the powerful sword attacks. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just a general number implying countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method and usually stayed hidden on Duke Long's skin, but when there was an attack, it activated automatically and did not need Duke Long's wills or thoughts to be maintained. Duke Long forcibly withstood the daybreak sword's attacks with this move, then clenched his hands into fists. Immortal killer move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom! The Dragon Hammer's strike directly sent Myriad Year Flying Warship flying. Myriad Year Flying Warship was sent flying, but it stopped suddenly. The surrounding space crumbled like countless pieces of glass. These glass pieces were extremely sharp and as long as they touched Myriad Year Flying Warship, they would leave behind deep marks, killing many GU worms. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the deck, also got a cut on his cheek. This was Kang Zonzi's ability. She used space path killer moves to set up countless traps everywhere in the battlefield. They had extremely high power. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, it had not happened yet. This was Time Path killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move that came from He Fan's true inheritance. It allowed the GU Immortal to see 3 breaths into the future related to them. Due to Fang Yuan's Dao Mark amplification, its power had increased by 1500 times and thus could show its effect even when battling an expert at the level of Duke Long. However, this move was essentially only rank 7, so it did not show effect every time. It succeeded sometimes but failed at other times as well. At the next moment, Immortal killer move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal killer move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year Flying Warship, just like the scene displayed by 3 Breaths Future Vision. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to move far away, brushing past the countless space path traps. What a pity, Kang Zonzi sighed deeply in her heart, just a little and Fang Yuan would have triggered the space path traps. She was floating in the air without any obvious movement, but she was secretly and quietly forming and laying space path traps. After fighting Fang Yuan for a long time, the battle experiences that had remained deep within her memories were coming to life and her methods became more experienced. After Kang Zonzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement 300,000 years ago, she had moved to Heavenly Court and lived a peaceful life, never having to fight again. But before this, Kang Zonzi's name and the legendary immemorial beast's position were personally established by her. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and dodged while observing Kang Zonzi. Although Kang Zonzi's battle strength was recovering, her combat style was obvious. She retained the habits of fighting as an immemorial desolate plant. Her battle style leaned towards staying at one spot and attacking with long-ranged attacks, using space path methods to create distance from her enemies before laying space path traps. Her nature could be seen from her combat style. She liked to fish patiently. This also meant she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Although many of Kang Zonzi's methods were still mysterious, Fang Yuan had already begun to understand the details of Kang Zonzi. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and not easy to comprehend. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long in the previous life and he also knew Duke Long's methods for the most part, but Duke Long's combat style was ever-changing. He defended at times while becoming aggressive at other times. He suddenly attacked and evaded at times, making others unable to see a clear pattern. This combat attainment was not just due to Duke Long's battle experience but also his innate talent. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, defeating Kang Zonzi might be difficult but he had a high chance. But he was still unable to see even the slightest chance of defeating Duke Long till now. Unless I can break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed inwardly. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan was collecting information during the battle and breaking it down. But his gains were minimal. It was extremely difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move during a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's last stand much more. But this killer move left no trace. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to gather its information. Based on his original expectation, steal life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but it showed no effect even after hitting. Wait, I seem to have neglected something. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. But when he wanted to explore this inspiration, it was interrupted by an attack. Fang Yuan did not even have to look to know that this was an attack from Demon Judgment Board. This rank 8 Immortal GU house was truly an annoyance. It did not have any weakness, its speed was so fast that it did not lose to Myriad Year Flying Warship and had extremely powerful defense. If it was 1 versus 1, Demon Judgment Board could never be Fang Yuan's match, but it would definitely consume some time. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with this Immortal GU house, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Kang Zonzi. Fang Yuan had currently transformed into the Immemorial Year Monkey, which coordinated well with Myriad Year Flying Warship. If he transformed his Dao marks to Theft Path, his battle strength would fall greatly, giving Duke Long and Kang Zonzi an opportunity instead. What made Fang Yuan even more wary was that even if he were to transform into a Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, his attack might not hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if it hit, it might not be able to steal Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's luck path superiority was already dealt for most part by Qin Dingling. Demon Judgment Board moreover had Gu Fang Zheng, who restrained Fang Yuan in terms of luck. So, theft path methods were not the correct methods to change the situation. Fang Yuan, at this time, Fang Zheng, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complicated mood. Could Fang Yuan be considered his own brother? No. Fang Yuan's physical body had changed, his soul was also of an otherworldly demon. Then, was he a stranger? No, the memories of childhood could not be erased, they had once been in each other's company. Anger, there was. Fang Yuan toyed around with him and disregarded his life, he definitely had a sinister scheme for putting him in Langya Blessed Land. Hatred, definitely. Fang Yuan killed his own clan and had been the shadow and nightmare of Fang Zheng's childhood. What else beyond these? Having experienced many things, Fang Zheng had slowly begun to understand Fang Yuan and even felt some admiration for Fang Yuan. People often had to compromise in this world. Fang Zheng had started realizing his shallowness and gained an understanding of himself. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a kind of narcissism. Fang Zheng had already become mature. Besides understanding and admiration, Fang Zheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was grateful to Fang Yuan for creating obstacles for him, for giving him suffering and hardships. These were all wealth that helped Fang Zheng grow to what he was now. If it were not for the hardships during the Continental War in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fang Zheng have merged the various cultivation experiences of the past Demon Judgment Board lords and created the killer move Bloodkin Heart Revenge? Fang Zheng had once dreamed of a day where he could fight Fang Yuan and take revenge with his own hands. But now that the moment really came, Fang Zheng felt a lot different from what he had imagined. He neither felt the pleasure of taking revenge nor felt satisfaction. His thoughts were complicated, very complicated. Duke Long, Kang Zonzi, Fang Zheng, and Qin Dingling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan's expression turned increasingly serious as he received attacks from all sides. As Duke Long continued to grow stronger and the coordination of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals became more tight, Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost fully used to maintain this battle. His ability to analyze the whole situation was continuously falling. Be it activating killer moves or controlling Myriad Year Flying Warship, both expended a lot of energy. Fang Yuan also needed to be aware of the overall situation, to keep an eye on all the battlefields, and secretly influence the GU Immortals of other regions. In fact, Duke Long's group was also in the same state. The battle was becoming more intense, powerful and complicated killer moves involving many GU worms were activated more frequently, which demanded more attention and control. If Fairy Ziwei recovers, I will be at a disadvantage whether she joins the battle or takes charge of the overall situation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with coldness. Ha ha ha. Duke Long suddenly laughed as he got the latest report of the battle in Hairyfoot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you are reborn, it is useless. Use all your abilities, otherwise it will be too late. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he also learned of the recent battle situation. In the Emperor City battlefield, his clone Fang Dichong was lost and Divine Bean Palace had defected to the enemy's side. In the Hairyfoot Mountain battlefield, Feng Zhuzhe appeared and used the extremely powerful Destiny Song, which even made Di Zhangsheng fall into a disadvantage. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not only fighting against Duke Long's group, he was also contending against Heavenly Court's millions of years of accumulation. The situation in the outside world was not dependable, as such, all the pressure was on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp like lightning. Indeed, I cannot hold back anymore. He was not able to find Duke Long's weakness, but with the situation forcing him, even if there was no weakness, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad-year flying warship rose to the air, rapidly creating distance as Fang Yuan began preparing a killer move. Duke Long did not give chase, he remained standing in the air, looking above with concentration. His expression looked like he was facing a great enemy, he no longer looked down on Fang Yuan. Kang Zonzi took a deep breath and was extremely vigilant. Qin Dingling, Fang Zheng, as well as Fairy Ziwei who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Even Bing Sai Chuan, who was crazily attacking the refinement path formation and bombarding heaven overseeing tower, split a portion of his attention towards Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone was aware the victory or defeat in the following battle could very likely determine the outcome of the whole situation. Immortal killer move, 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 immemorial year beasts, this method had already been revealed before. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac battle formation did not condense into a giant monster but transformed into a golden helm. The helm was like a carriage wheel, it had 6 spokes and 12 handles, each handle had a carving of a year beast. The 12 Zodiac battle helm flew towards myriad-year flying warship and merged into it rapidly. The dazzling silver myriad-year flying warship suddenly had a large golden image that looked like flying sand, transforming at every moment. The golden image transformed into a coiling dragon at one time, a giant tiger at other time, a crowing rooster, or a ramming ox. The 12 immemorial year beasts combined perfectly with myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan's previous concept was fully displayed to the world at this moment. He actually merged an ancient battle formation into an immortal GU house perfectly. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Zheng looked on, dumbfounded. Such amazing talent, even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen this sight, Fang Yuan was the first to achieve this in history. Although it was said that ancient battle formations and immortal GU houses were immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in combining these two killer moves prior to Fang Yuan. Careful, it is attacking. Kang Zonzi shouted with a trace of panic. Myriad-year flying warship was letting out a frightening aura that even shook her. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad-year flying warship swooped down, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. It was already an outstanding rank 8 immortal GU house, the 12 Zodiac battle formation that merged with it even possessed a mighty strength that could match Duke Long's. After they merged, their strength combined to a horrifying level. Duke Long roared as he unleashed a chi wall. Myriad-year flying warship's momentum was slightly slowed before it broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long frowned as he activated chi wall again. Myriad-year flying warship broke the chi wall again. Duke Long erected the chi wall again while myriad-year flying warship broke it again. After 5 times, myriad-year flying warship's momentum finally fell sharply. Fang Yuan sneered, immortal killer move, myriad-year hunting. At the next moment, the river of time phantom under myriad-year flying warship enlarged suddenly, countless year beasts surged out like a huge tide. The sky-covering year beast army began attacking the immortal graveyard like a giant tsunami that engulfed everything. The large army had countless year beasts, with large numbers of ancient year beasts, and even immemorial year beasts were not in a small quantity. What was even more terrifying was that this year beast army moved to Fang Yuan's will. Terrifying. Just this move alone can let Fang Yuan attack any super force in the world by himself. Does he want to summon all the year beasts in the river of time? This is almost like a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that while Red Lotus's method summons past GU immortal experts, Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the river of time. But didn't myriad year hunting only attract year beasts and had no ability to control them? This is probably the qualitative change caused by the merging of 12 Zodiac battle formation. Heavenly Court's side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were truly peerless, he just used one and it showed towering might. Duke Long, Kang Zonzi and the rest immediately felt troubled. The scale of this year beast army was too large, moreover, Fang Yuan was still summoning them with no end in sight. The year beast army scattered and spread everywhere like a blossoming flower, attacking every corner of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's side, which lacked manpower, was unable to defend properly. Kang Zonzi clenched her teeth as she continuously activated space path killer moves to kill as many year beasts as possible in an attempt to ease the current pressure. Be careful, Duke Long suddenly shouted. Kang Zonzi seemingly saw the image of a small knife, Her pupils shrunk to the size of pins as she reacted, but it was too late, she was already struck. How is this possible so fast? I clearly arranged. Kang Zonzi gazed at Fang Yuan in incredulity. Her body stiffened, a bloody hole appeared on her forehead, piercing through the back of her head. The injury was filled with dense time path Dao marks that even a legendary immemorial beast's self-recovery could not regenerate. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was the supreme method of Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this knife was shot out, it would not miss, anyone hit by it would die. It had once shaken the whole Central Continent with terror. The killer move's contents were extremely complex and its steps were ever-changing. Among Fang Yuan's methods, it was no doubt the number one in terms of complexity. The more absurd thing was its activation conditions. Its activation time could not cross 3 breaths. For this, Fang Yuan had to use the supplementary killer move shrink time every time he activated this move. Its side effect was also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of the memories related to it would disappear. It was like an eraser, erasing the enemy while consuming itself. After Kang Zonzi was struck, Fang Yuan's mind immediately turned blank, most of the memories of time cutting edge turned vague. At this rate, after I attack Duke Long with it, I will completely lose this move. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as the snowy plains. He glanced at Duke Long. Without realizing, Duke Long retreated several steps. Boom! A loud sound resounded as Kang Zonzi fell to the ground. Her body returned to its original form in midair, turning into a giant green vine. This green vine once held the sky and was like an extremely eye-catching heavenly pillar, but now it collapsed in the immortal graveyard without moving and had no life force. The damage to the immortal graveyard from this crash was much more than the sum of all previous damage, but Duke Long did not care about this. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. He needed to concentrate fully to have a chance at blocking the time-cutting edge that was amplified by at least 1500 times. In Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng's mouth was opened wide and his head was soaked with sweat as he looked at the vast heaven vine that had collapsed on the ground. Qin Dingling, who was behind him, was rigid like a statue. If this move had struck Demon Judgment Board, could we block it? The same doubt flashed in the two's minds, but neither had the confidence to say they could defend against it. This move was too horrifying. One move and it was unknown whether Kang Zonzi was still alive, her aura could not be detected. Don't be terrified, he used Myriad Year Hunting's aura to conceal this move. If he used this move alone, its aura would be too grand and would not be hidden. At the crucial moment, Fairy Ziwei's words spread throughout the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path great expert, Fang Yuan snorted coldly as the flaw was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left Myriad Year flying warship and charged forward alone. He is going all out. Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal killer move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal killer move, Immemorial Sword Dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Immemorial Sword Dragon. The dragon was over 300 meters in length, its 2 horns were long and sharp, its eyes were silver white, its scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. All of Fang Yuan's Dao marks were transformed into sword path Dao marks. And everyone knew that sword path's superiority lied in offense. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally showed his strongest attacking form. Chapter 1944 Swords Destroy Immortal Graveyard. Roar. The tyrannical immemorial dragon roared as it swung its tail and moved. Its speed was so fast that it left behind a white afterimage at its original spot. Bam! Demon Judgment Board was hit head-on and fell like a meteor. Duke Long immediately rushed forward to reinforce it. Fang Yuan sneered and rose to the air suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage. In the air, he suddenly changed from an extremely active state to extremely still and his aura erupted. Sword Path Killer Move, Triple Layered Sword Wave. The offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1500 times had power that was completely different from the past. Giant waves surged and filled the battlefield. Every drop of the silver-white waves had Sword Path's strength and was extremely sharp. The sword waves did not target Demon Judgment Board or Duke Long but attacked the Immortal Graveyard. From the start, Fang Yuan's main target was the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long clenched his teeth as he used self-moving Dragon Chi Wall. The Chi Wall could only hold back the sword waves for 8 breaths of time before crumbling to pieces. Duke Long let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using the Chi Wall killer move, but the towering sword waves had already reached the Immortal Graveyard. Heavenly Court could defend with ease earlier because of Kang Zonzi's space path methods that could shorten and lengthen distance. This gave Duke Long enough time to repeatedly activate Chi Wall to put up defense. But now that Kang Zonzi's vitality was gone and was lying dead on the ground, there was no more protection of space path methods. Duke Long had no time to activate the Chi Wall killer move again. Duke Long was not a rank 9 but a rank 8 like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed his and he could only count on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, till now, although Duke Long was becoming stronger constantly, there was still some gap between him and Fang Yuan. Especially when Fang Yuan revealed his trump cards and showed his strongest attacking form. No, Duke Long let out a sad and furious roar as he looked at the sword waves engulf and sweep through the Immortal graveyard. The GU Immortals sleeping in the Immortal graveyard could not resist at all, they were sliced into pieces by the sword waves. Even the enormous vast heaven vine was being cut down repeatedly by the extremely sharp sword waves. Kang Zonzi did not wake up during the whole process, it seemed she was truly dead. Demon Judgment Board rose to the air but Fang Zheng was dazed. He really did it, he destroyed the Immortal graveyard. The Immortal graveyard, compared to Fang Zheng, Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling had a greater reaction. They were veteran rank 8s and genuine members of Heavenly Court. The Immortal graveyard was not just an important area of Heavenly Court, it was even more a spiritual sacred land to them. It was defiled by Fang Yuan now. Countless predecessors sleeping inside were killed like chickens without being able to resist. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling cried out in sorrow. We have failed you all, seniors. With a loud thud, old man Zheng Yuan fell as he knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, crying silently. Fairy Ziwei felt her entire body turning numb. The Immortal graveyard was heavily damaged, and as the leader and planner of Heavenly Court, she could not shirk this responsibility. It's me, I am too incompetent. Tears of sorrow trickled down Fairy Ziwei's face. In Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the images began to fluctuate intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette wanted to make a move but was firmly held up by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. She could only stare at Fang Yuan slaughtering Heavenly Court's members and destroying the Immortal graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation's silhouette's face. Her gaze was icy cold as she looked at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless, Silhouette smiled. This is pretty good. Back when I invaded Heavenly Court, I also wanted to destroy the Immortal graveyard. But bearing in mind that the scale of variant humans at that time was still enormous, and thinking for the humans, I did not make a move. HMPH, so what if you destroyed the Immortal graveyard or even the whole of Heavenly Court? As long as you don't destroy Fate GU, with Heavens will continuing to favor humans, Central Continent can still establish a second Heavenly Court, or third or fourth Immortal graveyard. Star Constellation Silhouette retorted. You were right. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette heaved a sigh. Fate GU is the fundamental cause of your Heavenly Court. As long as it remains, your Heavenly Court will stand erect no matter how many losses you suffer. Instead, the more you suffer defeat, the tougher you will become. Old will be eliminated and new blood will be brought in. You will be closer to the tides of the new era. Eras changed constantly and GU Immortal cultivation also developed without stopping. The prosperity and decline of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had not touched the Immortal graveyard back then because of this consideration. It was better to spare the Chi Path and Strength Path GU Immortals who were left behind by the eras than let Heavenly Court bounce back by absorbing large amounts of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other paths, GU Immortals who would emerge in response to this. I am really curious, how long can you last over there now that the Immortal graveyard is destroyed? Limitless, Silhouette said with a smile. Star Constellation's silhouette could no longer be indifferent. You are disregarding the big picture and bringing demise to the rule of humanity. You are unworthy of being a human venerable. Limitless, Silhouette smiled coldly. My main body was bound by this responsibility back then, but now hasn't humanity already achieved this goal? Humans should now pursue an even greater goal. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation's silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will tear out your tendons and burn you to ashes. Duke Long roared. His anger and hatred had accumulated to an extreme level and he charged towards Fang Yuan without regarding anything. Fang Yuan dodged and did not fight with Duke Long, he continued to activate triple-layered sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Immortal graveyard was completely covered by sword waves, the sword waves even dug into the ground, not letting go of any hibernating immortal. Heavenly Court's millions of years of accumulation was destroyed overnight. Ah, Duke Long's hair was a mess, his face was distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Every attack to the Immortal graveyard was like a strike to his heart, he was bleeding internally and overwhelmed with grief. Immortal killer move, Dragon Offspring. At this critical juncture, Duke Long roared with fury, his purple dragon scales flew out and mixed with his blood, transforming into Dragon Man Gu Immortals. They were of all shapes and sizes, with all kinds of appearances. There were rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 dragonmen. Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu Immortal, but he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move that contains human path profundity. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he ridiculed. Duke Long, oh Duke Long, you massacred the Dragonman race back then, so the reason was to refine them into a killer move. Ha ha ha, how is your action any different from a demonic immortal? You disregarded morals and ethics, you trampled on your own blood and kin. Not only did you kill all your children and grandchildren, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Duke Long did not refute Fang Yuan's accusation. Deep sadness showed in his eyes as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the large number of Dragonman Gu Immortals spread like a blooming flower, blocking the sword waves as well as countless year beasts. At the level of Duke Long, there were indeed no apparent weaknesses. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Demon Judgment Board was paving paths of blood through the year beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Dingling and Fang Zheng were both silent. Duke Long's dragon offspring killer move was indeed using the members of the Dragonman race. Fang Yuan's accusation was not false. It was no wonder Duke Long rarely used this move, he was forced to use it now because of Fang Yuan. Many Dragonman Gu Immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he had already activated triple-layered sword wave, he now activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. Immediately, the sword dragon's body turned hazy and its every scale emitted soft yellow light. Each scale suddenly shot out a golden thread. The number of scales on the immemorial sword dragon was the number of golden threads shot out, they were incomparably fast. The golden threads pierced every obstacle in their way, the encircling Dragonman Gu Immortals resembled honeycombs as the countless golden threads passed them. Bam bam bam. Suffering such a heavy injury, these Dragonman Gu Immortals were unable to maintain their shape as they detonated softly, returning to scales and blood droplets. Fang Yuan cleared all the enemies in his surroundings, the sword waves which he had activated just before were still spreading as he rode the waves down. The immortal graveyard was already wiped out, the greatest variable was destroyed, and now, Fang Yuan charged towards Duke Long. Kang Zanzi had no vitality, her vine body was also in a miserable state. Demon Judgment Board was unable to fight Fang Yuan by itself. If Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist hard sword. Dragon claws clenched tightly, Fang Yuan's aura suddenly fell to almost a negligible level. However, warning signs were ringing in Duke Long's mind. He shot forward, his purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered constantly and his figure appeared and disappeared, moving in all directions as he tried to evade crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils let out a strange light as a sword light shot out of his claws. Fast, 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 the sword light's speed was beyond belief. Duke Long had just seen the light shoot out of Fang Yuan's claws when he found the sword light was already in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body to one side. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered, a large cut spread from his left shoulder to his left chest. The cut was clean, bones, scales and even a part of the left lung were gone completely. 5-finger fist hard sword was truly horrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, it would have been severed immediately. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Duke Long felt a fatal threat. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. Duke Long gave a loud roar and shot towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Fang Yuan applauded inwardly. Every sword in 5-finger fist hard sword required time to prepare. Duke Long saw through this weakness and took the chance to attack. Fang Yuan's dragon body moved as he retreated, trying to pull some distance from Duke Long. Sword Path's offensive advantage was obvious. If it were an ordinary opponent, Fang Yuan could directly smash through them. But Duke Long was an extremely powerful expert, he could not be careless. Chapter 1945 Combat System. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form similarly possessed an advantage in speed. Duke Long tried his best in chasing but found that he could not shorten the distance easily. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. A dragon gate appeared, there were 2 red pillars by the side with a dragon coiling around each of them, their upper body left the pillars and gathered in the middle, forming the top of the gate. The dragon mouths were open with a radiant dragon pearl in each of them, forming a scene of 2 dragons and 2 pearls. 2 dragon gates appeared simultaneously, one appeared in front of Duke Long while the other appeared behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long disappeared into the dragon gate in front of him and appeared from the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind rang with warning signals as he dodged immediately, but Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay his speed. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long's fist smashed upon Immemorial Sword Dragon's head and kept on punching it, forcefully knocking Fang Yuan down to the immortal graveyard. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon crashed fiercely on the ground, dust, soil and stones flew everywhere. Although the immemorial sword dragon struggled to raise its head, its claws were still intact and it continued to shoot the second sword light. Five-finger fist heart sword, second sword. Duke Long was already on maximum alert. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and appeared on Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword struck air, brushing past the dragon body and piercing the sky, forming a vacuum along the way. Five-finger fist heart sword's sword lights were extremely fast but they could not curve. Duke Long might not be able to ward off the sword light but he could dodge. It was somewhat difficult to dodge the sword light, but he could observe Fang Yuan's movement and judge when he was going to use the sword light, and thereby, dodge in advance. Undoubtedly, Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was an extremely powerful killer move and it had a huge advantage compared to Time Cutting Edge, it would not be forgotten. But because of Duke Long's proper battle tactic, Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword became useless. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon had to face Duke Long in close combat. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already received many heavy strikes from Duke Long's dragon fists. There had never been a strongest immortal GU or killer move, only GU Immortal. Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword's most ideal environment was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan was quite far from Duke Long and could use it for long-range attack while he was in an invulnerable position. Even if Duke Long's reaction was extremely keen, he would be hard-pressed to defend against them and every sword could push him to a near-death state. But when Duke Long closed in the distance and forced close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstacle for the sword lights and even became a cover for Duke Long. Looking over the battle, Duke Long could be said to have restrained Fang Yuan's Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword by using Dragon Gate. Without some distance, there was no space to effectively use Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. So, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and turned to Golden Thread Sword. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales beginning to flicker with yellow light, he immediately chose to retreat far away with Dragon Gate. Countless golden threads covered every inch around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But there was no issue. Fang Yuan once again pulled apart some distance between him and Duke Long, he could continue using Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Duke Long's situation turned dangerous, he had no choice but to get near Fang Yuan again and attempt close combat. When he approached Fang Yuan would need to cancel Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and change to other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has modified Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword to this degree. He can casually cancel the killer move with no backlash. Or should I say that he has modified every sword strike into an individual move. Duke Long's thoughts moved rapidly. Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was Bo Qing's trump card, how could Heavenly Court not know of it? Duke Long knew a lot of information and it would have been easily countered if Fang Yuan had not modified it. Duke Long's Dao marks were lower than Fang Yuan's so he could not use defensive killer moves to ward off Fang Yuan's various sword path methods, his best option was to dodge. Fortunately, he had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. More importantly, as long as he did not die, he would continue to grow stronger along with his shrinking lifespan. Although I modified Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and am able to cancel it freely, the amount of thoughts required have increased sharply, which makes me unable to use other offensive methods at the same time. The other problem is that Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was feeling anxious. Previously, he could suppress Duke Long and Kang Zanzi, mostly because of his battle tactic. Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court had no choice but to defend with all their strength and take a beating passively. Now, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan. There might be some hibernating GU Immortals still alive in there somewhere, but Duke Long no longer was burdened. Duke Long could now advance or retreat, he immediately showed his true strength and aura in battle. Fang Yuan battled Duke Long, both were in a stalemate. Duke Long was happy to see this, but Fang Yuan was not. So, he turned his head and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall crashed down with a huge momentum, every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors. They had the appearance of Fang Yuan and were wielding long swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. Fang Yuan created this move after becoming a human path grandmaster. It contained the profundities of sword path and human path. The moment Duke Long saw this killer move, he retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to get free and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the refinement path formation with ease. And inside the tower, Qi Silang was struggling against the remaining jade light on his body. Duke Long paled with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board went forward to block the path but was sent flying by one strike from Fang Yuan. Right at this crucial moment, the sound of singing suddenly appeared in the battlefield and coiled around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan suddenly felt his condition slipping rapidly, like he had returned to the low point of his life where his actions were controlled by others, his talents and ambitions unable to be expressed, his freedom was lost and his future was dark. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly caught up and blocked Fang Yuan. Great job, Feng Jiuzhe. Fairy Ziwei. At the crucial moment, Feng Jiuzhe's destiny song successfully obstructed Fang Yuan. And the one who had guided him in time was Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal Gu house was the gateway to Heavenly Court. It had the ability to transport people but it was far inferior to the enormous teleportation Gu formation and was only for convenience. Destiny Song continued. Fang Yuan's battle strength kept falling while Duke Long's strengths kept increasing. Boom boom boom. The immemorial sword dragon was beaten back repeatedly by Duke Long and had no way to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the battle started, this was the first time Fang Yuan fell into such a disadvantage. With no other choice, he stopped all sword path killer moves and began preparing reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long saw him retreating and his aura fluctuating. He immediately knew Fang Yuan was preparing some other killer move, but why would he give him the chance? Duke Long roared. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi around him chased and attacked Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon body was lacerated with scales and blood flying everywhere. What was even more terrifying was Duke Long's that chaotic dragon fist could disturb thoughts, causing Fang Yuan's killer moves to fail when activating. At this difficult time, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture slightly and released the accumulated Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was extremely wary and dodged immediately, stopping his offenses. Fang Yuan got some time and successfully activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this move. The timing just now was perfect, but he did not grab it. He had exchanged many moves with Fang Yuan and saw through Fang Yuan's fighting style. When Fang Yuan transformed into an immemorial beast or plant using the transformation path killer move, he could also transform all his Dao marks into the same path. On such a basis, any killer move he used would have amplified strength. Even rank 7 killer moves would be able to threaten rank 8s. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was very difficult to imagine that he had accumulated and cultivated them to such a degree in less than 100 years. Even if he had venerable inheritances, it was still a shocking achievement. Duke Long was certain, as long as Fang Yuan had enough time, he could reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery was the crucial point and Fang Yuan had no choice but to invade Heavenly Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to rely on some profound and terrifying methods to win against most of the enemies in the world. But facing an existence like Duke Long, a few methods were far from enough. He also needed a combat system that was sufficiently powerful and stable, with ample trump cards. Just like Duke Long, his transformation path and chi path methods formed two sets of combat systems. 9 Dragons Protection formed powerful defense, Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were in charge of offense. These 4 methods covered close, mid-range, and long-range combat. World-Shaking Dragon Hammer was even more powerful and had the strength to turn around a situation. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were standard movement methods, and there was also Dragon Gate for long-distance movement. Dragon Offspring made up for the lack of capability to fight a group. In this combat system, the strongest method was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for his Chi Path system, there was Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods. Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Great Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors were offensive killer moves. Compared to his transformation path system, these offensive methods had much more obvious long-range power. Purple Gold Dragon-shaped Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so excellent that it provided help to Duke Long in all aspects. Naturally, its most important use was still for movement. Reverse Worm Dragon was a killer move that was specially prepared to target battlefield killer moves. The trump card of this Chi Path combat system was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems included all aspects like offense, defense, movement, and so on. They also did not have weaknesses or gaps in the various aspects. What was remarkable was these two battle styles could complement each other. For instance, Transformation Path's offensive methods were stronger in close and mid-range combat, while weak in long-range combat. Meanwhile, Chi Path's offensive methods were the exact opposite. Comparatively, there was no need for many trump cards. One for each system, two methods were enough. In a real battle, the most useful were still those standard killer moves. For example, Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, but he had not used it once in the fight with Fang Yuan. The battle was extremely fierce and Fang Yuan was not stupid enough to give Duke Long the opportunity to use it. Another example was Fang Yuan's Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was a trump card method. But even though Fang Yuan used it, the effect was not decisive for the battle. Duke Long was still able to maintain the stalemate, and it was essentially because his combat systems were even more comprehensive than Fang Yuan's. Chapter 1946 Ziwei, Eerie Change. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From what Duke Long saw, Fang Yuan only had two mature combat systems. One was Time Path, and the other was Sword Path. The Time Path system was the most comprehensive. 3 Breaths Future Vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Warship, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, Autumn Perception, Summer Fan, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Hoeing, Autumn Harvest, Winter Storage, and so on covered the two main domains of battle and Immortal Aperture Management. There were two trump cards. Time Cutting Edge that was combined with Shrink Time, and the other was Spring Autumn Success, the core of which was Spring Autumn Cicada. Sword Path had Immemorial Sword Dragon Transformation, Triple Layered Sword Wave, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and other methods. Its trump card was Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This combat system took offense to the extreme, being even more powerful than Time Path style in this aspect, especially Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, which was modified by Fang Yuan. But there was nothing to commend about it in other fields. Duke Long's combat systems were much superior in terms of movement, healing and other aspects. This formed shortcomings. In front of an enemy with extremely rich battle experience like Duke Long, these shortcomings turned into weaknesses which held back the offensive prowess of the Sword Path system. Besides these two systems, Fang Yuan had many Chi Path methods as well, but as far as Duke Long was concerned, it was incomplete. Unlimited Chi Si was clearly a trump card with a power that could break the primordial Chi wall, but it had not been used after the first time, and it looked like the possibility of it being used again was low. In the Soul Path aspect, Duke Long knew Fang Yuan had plenty of methods and the trump card killer move was no doubt Luo Po Seal. But Heavenly Court and Duke Long had already made sufficient preparations for this. Fang Yuan not using any Soul Path methods from the start was a wise move. Besides these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was of Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand belonged to Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Led Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Switch Soul in Dream were Dream Path killer moves. These methods were terrifying, but they were all independent moves resembling large pearls, while a mature combat system was a pearl necklace formed from methods that complemented each other. This necklace formed from small pearls was more valuable than the large pearls. Against most GU immortals, Fang Yuan could rely on the large pearls to change the situation and determine victory. But in front of Duke Long, the weaknesses of Fang Yuan's combat systems became conspicuous. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time, and I believe you have already felt it. It is such a pity. A mature combat system needs at least a few hundred years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze sharp as blade. Even if you use the inheritances left by predecessors to hasten your growth, it is still not perfect enough. He activated Spiraling Dragon Fangs to attack Fang Yuan from a distance, but they were blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long was not discouraged. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was quite powerful, but it lacked a mature style to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended Reverse Flow River. Despite Fang Yuan conserving it as much as possible after his rebirth, how could it endure such intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the core. Its defensive strength was terrifying and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan, from which one could see his astonishing talents. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system for this trump card. For instance, supplementary defensive killer moves to defend and reduce external attacks, or a killer move to increase the power of reverse flow protection seal, are methods to restore reverse flow river itself. Suppose reverse flow protection seal was a fish with exquisite flavor. Although it would be a delicacy even if it was eaten raw, if it was seasoned with salt, it could be turned into salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was accompanied with other ingredients like sugar, ginger, spring onion, or garlic, it could turn into all kinds of delicious meals, providing much more flavors. Compared to Heavenly Court and Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still insufficient. He could not avoid falling into a predicament. Duke Long attacked again and again while enduring reverse flow protection seal's backlash, forcefully expending reverse flow river. His healing methods were also extraordinary. Feng Juji's Destiny Song was shrouding over Fang Yuan all the time. Destiny Song interchanged between strong and weak, triggering counterattacks from reverse flow protection seal. The profundities of the song actually weakened Fang Yuan even with reverse flow protection seal activated, but the weakening was much smaller. What was even worse was that Destiny Song weakened Fang Yuan while amplifying Duke Long's strength. Duke Long's battle strength soared, growing increasingly stronger. He had the complete upper hand and his attacks were like tidal waves, showing extreme power. Fang Yuan cancelled Immemorial Sword Dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The Sword Dragon's body was enormous. Using reverse flow protection seal on it expended reverse flow river much faster. It was much more steady with a human body. Fang Yuan counterattacked continuously using Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. But soon, these Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They detonated and turned into dream realms. The dream realms then transformed back into new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies which fought for Heavenly Court. It was Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Ziwei had not only recalled Feng Juzhe through Central Heaven Gate, she had also recalled Feng Jin Huang. With her here, Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods would be highly restrained. Sure enough, Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods were all targeted and dealt with. Feng Jin Huang. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the Immortal GU formation to activate Immortal level Dream Path killer move and spoiled my plan. And now, she is using Immortal formation or an Immortal GU house to target me once again. Fang Yuan really wanted to find her precise location and deal with her, but he did not have the freedom to do so at this moment. He was not even able to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming further and further away from it. The reason was that his opponents were Duke Long and Feng Juzhe. The current and previous Dao Guardians had joined hands. As for Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling and Demon Judgment Board, they were no longer able to interfere and began to deal with the year beasts and swordsmen that were all over Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force also started returning to Heavenly Court from Harryfoot Mountain through Central Heaven Gate and joined in the clearing up work. Year beasts and swordsmen were not their opponents and were defeated again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was the focus of the joint attacks of Heavenly Court's main force. Some even entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Silang could not move properly, his situation turning perilous. Not good. Heavenly Court's main force has returned. Doesn't this mean infallible blessed land has lost its purpose? Heavenly Court possesses enough success Dao marks and can restore fate completely. Fang Yuan's face was grim. Bad news was coming one after the other, and the situation was turning extremely disadvantageous and dangerous. Fairy Ziwei, use benevolent equality quickly, his reverse flow protection seal will shatter soon. Duke Long transmitted his voice. Yes, at this moment, Fairy Ziwei had already stabilized her injuries and could battle again. She activated an Immortal GU house and flew to the sky. Her sight contained Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as Feng Juzhe and the rest. Immortal killer move, benevolent equality. Benevolent equality activated successfully. Fang Yuan won't be able to escape this time. Fairy Ziwei transmitted her voice. Good job, Ziwei. Duke Long laughed heartily and his attacks became more violent. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. It is useless now, Fang Yuan, no matter how you persist, you will still be defeated. Fairy Ziwei smiled. But at the next moment, she heard a female voice. Is that so? Who said that? Fairy Ziwei was shocked. This voice was familiar and yet strange. What made her shocked was she had never detected any GU immortal existences near her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Ziwei was horrified to discover that she was actually replying to herself. What is going on? My body is actually out of control. Soul, there is an issue with my soul. Suddenly, the eerie light in her pupils grew and spread rapidly. The white part of her eyes were completely covered and turned pitch black. Fairy Ziwei struggled and resisted with all her strength, but it was all in vain. In her last moment of clarity, she suddenly realized, she was controlled by spectral soul. Every time she soul-searched spectral soul, her soul had actually been tampered with slowly. Spectral soul's methods were too advanced, she had not been able to detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by spectral soul's power. The various decisions she made before Central Continent's refinement path convention also had spectral soul's influence in them. It was just that spectral soul's interference was small at the start. But later on, this secret influence kept on growing. And now, he could even cause Fairy Ziwei to be under an illusion. Just earlier, Fairy Ziwei had not used benevolent equality, but she thought she had already successfully activated it and even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life too, I was taken over like this by spectral soul. Although I have benevolent equality, I did not truly use it. This was the last clear thought of Fairy Ziwei. At the next moment, she slowly raised her head and looked at the battlefield quietly with a black light in her eyes. Her lips curled up to form an extremely sinister smile. She maintained the opening of Central Heaven Gate while approaching Soul Suppression Hall quietly. She had the clearest picture of the locations here. She quickly cleared all kinds of shackles and restored Spectral Soul's freedom. Ziwei pays respects to Master. She knelt down and prostrated before Spectral Soul with not even a trace of pride of a Heavenly Court member. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul sphere which slowly floated towards Fairy Ziwei. Let's go watch the show first. Fairy Ziwei held the soul sphere in both hands and walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and others also appeared in Heavenly Court's battlefield. What's going on? Fairy Ziwei, Duke Long roared. Central Heaven Gate was still being activated and actually brought these enemies as well. Duke Long was unable to contact Fairy Ziwei. His heart sank and he wanted to directly destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this moment, Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger, but he was forced to intercept Fang Yuan and give up on his previous plan. GU Immortals entered one by one through Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. So Heavenly Court actually looks like this. Kill, 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 Heaven Overseeing Tower is there, follow me. The final decisive battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Chapter 1947 Paradise Earth takes action. Come, take a look, this is high-grade silk. Candied fruits, buy 3 sticks and get 1 free. Sir, what do you need? Inside a store that sold GU worms, a clerk welcomed Hong Yi passionately. Hong Yi first fixed his gaze on this clerk before carefully scanning the layout and decoration of the store. He frowned on the inside. Everything here is so lifelike, what is going on? I heard you have Scholar GU for sale. Hong Yi asked. Oh, yes, but Lord, this Scholar GU is a rank 5 GU worm. The clerk was somewhat hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly and released his rank 5 GU Master Aura, immediately causing a huge disturbance in the store. The clerk's face was filled with shock. The store manager was also drawn in by the aura. He cupped his hands and greeted Hong Yi respectfully, personally taking out a Scholar GU for him to observe. It is indeed Scholar GU. Hong Yi examined it carefully for a while, the doubts in his heart growing deeper. May I test it? Go ahead, sir. The store manager immediately gave Scholar GU to Hong Yi. Hong Yi poured his primeval essence into Scholar GU. This Scholar GU immediately flew out from Hong Yi's finger and landed on the ground, turning into a young handsome scholar. The young scholar bowed respectfully towards Hong Yi with cupped fists. Student greets teacher. Hong Yi nodded in excitement. Scholar GU was extremely rare, it was a human path GU worm, and Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal GU and an information path mortal GU from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Use them. The scholar received these 2 GU worms and used them without any need for gaining familiarity, and he used them rather proficiently at that. In particular, some small habits during the activation were the same as Hong Yi's. What do you think, sir? The store manager asked with a smile. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Great, I want this GU. The store manager was exulted. Great, it will be 600,000 primeval stones. Hong Yi's brows furrowed. This price was not expensive, in fact, it was too cheap. The price for a rank 5 mortal GU ranged from 100,000 to 1 million primeval stones, but this Scholar GU was a rare top quality rank 5 GU, its price was definitely above 1 million. Moreover, there was no market for it, so it was difficult to get even with sufficient funds. But it was being sold for only 600,000 primeval stones here. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters and was wealthy. He immediately paid the sum and received this scholar Gu. Coming outside the store, Hong Yi's heart was fluctuating with waves. This place is like Emperor City, but weren't there immortal battles going on around Emperor City? But this place is peaceful. What is going on? Also, there doesn't seem to be any difference between here and reality, but looking carefully, there are a large number of human path Gu worms here. Scholar Gu is only one of them. Moreover, there are so many human path Gu worms here that it can even be called overflowing, but it is commonplace to these people. And the common fire path, water path, and other paths, Gu worms are instead rare here. It seems like human path is the main cultivation path here. Really strange. I wonder what Brother Yi found on his end. I better go join him quickly. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sent to the painting by Genesis Lotus's will, they split up to explore the area after discussing with each other. Hong Yi's discovery was also discovered by Yi Fan. But at this moment, in the corner of a street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master. Yi Fan was astonished. He had also bought a rank 5 human path Gu worm from a store. It was called Hero Gu. He had just come to a corner to activate it, and the situation became different from when he activated it in the store. Hero Gu actually transformed into his master's appearance. No need to be shocked, my disciple. This is our chance encounter. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood the meaning behind the words and was joyous. Master, you know the oddity of this place. What place is this? Why did we suddenly end up in this place? Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. I need to explain from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, in the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable named Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move Karma Divine Tree, and when he roamed Western Desert, he refused a child's request to resurrect his parents. As a result, he saw a certain scene in the future where Emperor City was destroyed by an earth trench and all lives were extinguished. Therefore, he placed Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. When he returned to Central Continent later, he used the painting path killer move Contented Lifestyle on Emperor City, forming a painting world. You two have your luck connected to Fang Yuan tightly. Genesis Lotus's will was wary and thus it locked you in here. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. The wealth of information made him unable to react for a while. He was extremely shaken. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Also Master, when did I connect luck with Fang Yuan? That was done by Fang Yuan secretly. He wanted to accomplish something with the help of your luck. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fang Yuan took the initiative to connect luck with me to get help from my luck. Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan had acknowledged Lu Weiyin as his master and was thus half a step into the Gu immortal world, and knew much more secrets than Hong Yi. He was extremely clear on what kind of big shot Fang Yuan was. Fang Yuan was an unparalleled demon, a powerful character that even Heavenly Court was without options against. He was actually connected to him. This was simply like a fairy tale. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You possess an innately strong luck. Although you are insignificant at the start, you will definitely make huge accomplishments in the future. In the entire 5 regions, there are not even 10 people with luck like yours. It is not strange for Fang Yuan to want to get help from your luck. However, the heavenly Tao balances everything. He once used your luck and obtained great benefits. Now, you are also using him to obtain an enormous immortal fortune. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was only one of them. In front of you now is Genesis Lotus, true inheritance. Genesis Lotus, true inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock once again. He suddenly understood and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all this like the back of your hand. Does this mean this was all your plan? Haha, my disciple, you overestimate me. This was all Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. When Yi Fan heard the great name of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he realized he had also become a follower of Paradise Earth, but he did not feel exalted as he was already numb from the shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. We don't have much time, we will talk as we move. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the crowd in the street and walked towards the front. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus true inheritance has extremely high value. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is this contented lifestyle killer move, the second part is the luck of being the child of humanity, and the third part is the rank 8 immortal Gu house formed from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Weiyin continued after a slight pause. We will first take the second part and make you the child of humanity. Yi Fan questioned. Master, what is the child of humanity? What should I do? Lu Wei-yin replied. Central continent is different from the other 4 regions, it uses the sect system and human path is most prosperous here with the deepest foundation. Emperor City is the greatest congregation of Central Continent's human vein. Why do countless geniuses emerge here? It is because of the human vein. As long as you absorb the strength within the human vein, your luck will get a huge boost and you will gain the favor of human path, becoming the child of humanity. And to achieve this, we need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi, he is my sworn brother, how is this connected to him? Yi Fan continued to be shocked. Lu Wei-yin replied. Fang Yuan connected luck with him as well, but his luck is different from yours, you are the favored child of the heavenly Tao while he is one of the children of humanity of Central Continent, he is favored by human path. With his help, you can smoothly make use of Shen Shang's actions and quietly obtain the recognition of the human vein. With the status of a child of humanity, we can then borrow Fang Yuan's strength to attempt to get the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part as well. Divine Bean Palace, Painting World. Fang Yuan, a voice was heard intermittently in Fang Dichang's ears. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree and was using Wisdom Path Killer moves to think of how to get rid of this predicament when he heard this voice. It is Shen Shang's voice. He learned of my identity from the main body. Fang Dichang hesitated, he had some guesses in his mind but he did not respond immediately. Sure enough, Shen Shang's voice continued to transmit. Fang Dichang, I already learned of your true identity from your main body. Who could have thought Fang Yuan had such an arrangement? He actually placed his clone inside a Western Desert super force. I am going to help you escape. How are you going to help me? Fang Dichang was puzzled. Shen Shang laughed. You should know that I have been trying to decipher the Venerable human path methods and I have already found the key to them. I know. Fang Dichang nodded. Shen Shang continued. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have merged into one. I have all along been hiding myself and haven't let Genesis Lotus will discover me, so I am still deciphering human path killer moves. Fang Dichang asked. And what about them? Shen Shang explained patiently. This is a perfect opportunity. I have been constantly transferring the 4 regions human will inside here. Originally, I had been unable to involve myself with Emperor City and disrupt the Venerable methods from inside so I had to infiltrate it quietly. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have merged. You previously refined Divine Bean Palace, it is just that your authority is lower than Genesis Lotus, will. Use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move to shake the whole Immortal GU house and coordinate with me to spread out the Venerable methods so that everyone's power is amplified. You want me to cooperate with you to break the Venerable human path methods. Fang Dichang got to the point. Shen Shang laughed. We are helping each other. Alright, I'll work with you. Fang Dichang did not hesitate, agreeing directly. Chapter 1948 Restoration halted. Heavenly Court's battlefield. Immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yang activated his killer move but was met with the joint attack of 3 Heavenly Court members. Die, Wu Yang. Prince Feng Xian used inexhaustible flames that charged ahead while he stood behind, covered in flames. His offensive attack also had defensive properties, it was a stable choice of attack. Zhou Shongshin attacked from behind, the killer move Rumors Become Tigers roared, like a group of tigers that pounced towards Wu Yang. And Yi Chaozi activated long-range killer moves, vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yang, trying to bind him. Wu Yang sighed internally, he had to retreat repeatedly. He moved back into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. With the help of the Immortal GU house, he resisted the fierce attacks of the 3 immortals. But as such, his plan to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower was stopped. The amplification of the human path killer moves to Heavenly Court is too big. Wait a moment, this is. Just as Wu Yang was getting a headache, specks of white lights appeared on clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and even entered his body. Human path killer move, Hope of the People. Human path killer move, Heroes Among People. Inside the Immortal GU house, other southern border GU immortals beside Wu Yang were roaring with vitality. This strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his own hands with shock. Transformation Path Great Expert Yi Haofang was similarly puzzled. Why are Heavenly Court's human path killer moves helping us? This heavy doubt was pressing down on the Heavenly Court GU immortals' minds like a mountain. Shen Shang, you really didn't let down my expectations, great job. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he had also received the amplification and his condition was improving rapidly. Duke Long's face was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human, he could not receive the amplification of Heroes Among People unlike Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan returned to his human form, Even if it was created with sovereign immortal fetus GU, it was still a pure human. Boom. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What in the world is going on? Qin Dingling transmitted her voice to Old Man Zheng Yuan, asking him anxiously. Old Man Zheng Yuan was not dead yet and had already moved out of Central Great Hall. He was all along responsible for activating the human path methods left behind by Central Continent's Venerables. The old man transmitted his panicked reply to Duke Long, Qin Dingling and the rest. There is a problem in Emperor City. Someone is causing trouble. He poured in the human will of other 4 regions into Central Continent. Hope of the people and heroes among people distinguish allies based on human will. There was only Central Continent's human will previously, but now the human wills of all 5 regions are gathered, so everyone will receive amplification. Duke Long warded off Fang Yuan's attacks while asking, how can we resolve this issue? Old Man Zheng Yuan replied with a heavy voice, I am giving it my all but I don't have any confidence in succeeding. Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have tampered with our venerable human path methods to this degree? He had never imagined the venerable human path killer moves to have such changes. The enemy did not break these 2 killer moves directly but instead expanded the effectiveness of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Shen Shang? The soul sphere in Fairy Ziwei's hands shook lightly as if it was laughing to itself. Back then, the information Fairy Ziwei had given to Duke Long contained details of Shen Shang's location. This action was made under Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long, however, had full trust in Fairy Ziwei. Moreover, at that time, Fang Zheng had been detained by Shen Kong Sheng and had to be exchanged for urgently, thus there was the series of later events. In the end, Shen Shang left Dragon Whale Paradise, infiltrated Emperor City and achieved this accomplishment. Perhaps I should say, this is worthy of Paradise Earth. The Soul Sphere shook once again. Fairy Ziwei was holding the Soul Sphere and continuously using Wisdom Path methods to imitate Soul Path and heal the Soul Sphere. The Soul Sphere was becoming increasingly solid under her healing. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open, bringing in GU Immortals from the outside world into Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha, bring all those people in, let them kill, let them die. The more they kill the better it is, the more deaths there are the better this is, ha ha ha. The Soul Sphere laughed madly. The first batch who came were the southern border Immortals in Harryfoot Mountain, as well as Wu Shuai, Zanbi Yudu, and others. Right now, the second batch of GU Immortals was teleported over. They were Northern Plains reinforcements who allied with Southern Borders group in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick, Yao Huang. As well as Heavenly Lord Baizu who was walking forward proudly. Behind the 2 great rank 8 GU Immortals were Domination Immortal Chudu who was famous throughout the 5 regions, Black Extremity Sun Minglu who schemed against Old Ancestor Shuihu, as well as other GU Immortal experts. Rank 7 GU Immortals will enter Immortal GU houses. Yao Huang swept his gaze around the battlefield and gave the command. Even Chudu had to listen obediently. He was shaken by the fierce battle in front. This battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Northern Plains had few Immortal GU houses, but they brought over 3 this time. Follow me, we will reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Baizu took the lead to charge forward. Yao Huang and the 3 Immortal GU houses followed closely behind. Bing Sai Chuan cheered loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. His attacks towards the Refinement Path formation were obstructed by the Golden Pearls left by Golden Pearl Immortal King. And now, he was being besieged from all directions by Heavenly Court's main force. Bing Sai Chuan was attacking the Refinement Path formation while repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help and this batch of reinforcements came at a perfect timing. Kill, Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted. His figure shook and split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearls. Yao Huang did not want to appear weak. He waved his cane. A strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the battlefield immediately. The 3 Immortal GU houses also arrived and defended Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Court's main force was immediately divided. Don't even dream of leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another. Wishful Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Yin Wind Rope and many others were used alternatively to tie down the enemies. Bada, Yi Haofang and others also mimicked this. Damn it, most of Heavenly Court's main force could only curse inwardly as they were pinned down. If it were before, the southern border Immortals would never have been able to pose such troubles, but with heroes among people's support now, Wu Yong and others were amplified. Overall, they were still weaker than Heavenly Court's members. After all, the latter were elites in rank 8, but it was still enough for them to become a threat. Charge! Dragon Palace crashed through the battlefield. Wu Shuai and Zhan Biyu were controlling it from inside. Feng Juzhe had to avoid the collision. Destiny Song slowed down. Fang Yuan immediately felt the suppression on him receding sharply, and adding on the amplification from heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying once again. Dragon tattoos wriggled around Duke Long, dragon fangs flew around and obstructed the incoming attacks. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared. This is... Duke Long's pupils shrank rapidly as he saw the giant figure. Evil Dragon, Di Zhangsheng had taken the stage. Duke Long. Di Zhangsheng spoke human voice, its roar gave rise to endless shock waves. It slammed down its claws on Duke Long like he was a ball. Di Zhangsheng's claws were cut by the dragon fangs and dripped with blood, while Duke Long collided into the ground, creating a 100 feet deep crater. Di Zhangsheng's enormous body pressed down. Rumble. The entirety of Heavenly Court shook violently, smoke and dust flew, covering the whole battlefield. Di Zhangsheng flew up slowly, the ground that its stomach pressed on had already formed a shallow trench that spanned from the east to west of Heavenly Court. All the buildings, mountains and rivers in its path were turned into waste. He is above, Zhan Biyu suddenly pointed. Duke Long was floating in the air, looking down at Di Zhangsheng. The dragon gate behind him disappeared slowly. At the crucial moment, he had escaped the dangerous situation by using Dragon Gate. This evil dragon, Duke Long clenched his teeth, his sunken chest bulged up rapidly and soon recovered to its previous state. Clearly, Di Zhangsheng's attack had not been without effect. On the other side, myriad-year flying warship flew back and took in Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long and sneered, he directly ignored him and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched at this sight. The force at Heaven Overseeing Tower's side was barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar and was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship joined, the situation would directly collapse. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather and protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long sent his command, he himself was the first to move as he used Dragon Gate and blocked the path of myriad-year flying warship. Get lost. Dragon Palace came to reinforce, its owner Wu Shuai was resolute and direct. He released the suppressed Jun Shenguang and Vortex Space Boy, and thus could activate the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy Light Smoke engulfed Duke Long. Duke Long's heart pounded crazily, he had no choice but to dodge, leaving behind a path through which Fang Yuan moved forward. Damn it, this is a dream path killer move, my methods are useless. In a corner far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in an inconspicuous Immortal Gu house, stomping her feet in anxiety. Right at this time, Destiny Song reverberated through the battlefield once again. Heavenly Court's condition rose rapidly and Duke Long also received great benefits, while Fang Yuan and the group's offenses immediately weakened. Unbelievable, we entered Heavenly Court. 8 Eastern Sea Immortals joined the battlefield through Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court's side is being besieged. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan, Di Zhangsheng, myriad-year flying warship, and Dragon Palace forcing back Duke Long and Feng Juzhe. Good, we will join and deal the final blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. How did they come here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the other dragon generals joining the battle was a given, but Qing Yuan and the rest were very conservative, why would they take risk in joining the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. When they receive the amplification, they also receive the influence of the 4 regions human will and hate Heavenly Court even more now. Shen Sheng's voice transmitted over. A pity that Western Desert's side is still in a stalemate against Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses and cannot participate in this battle. Shen Sheng, well done. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to praise. Shen Sheng laughed heartily, naturally. But then again, you being able to control Central Heaven Gate was truly beyond my expectation. This move was truly spectacular. Ah, I can also feel Central Heaven Gate's transportation power, we will join in a while and flip Heavenly Court upside down, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan only smiled, then come fast. Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, but why would he cut himself short at this time? Even if someone was scheming from the dark, Fang Yuan would only follow the tides and prioritize in defeating Heavenly Court as well as destroying Fate Gu. Damn it, why at this time? Just as Shen Sheng was about to accept the transportation, black fire appeared on his body. His internal threat had erupted again. I used all my strength to decipher the Venerable killer moves and my injuries were left unattended. This was Shen Sheng's last clear thought before he sank into madness and chaos. The moment Shen Sheng turned mad, old man Zheng Yuan sensed it. The old man's spirit was roused. the enemy's strength has disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this chance to take control again, and there is even a chance to turn around the situation. Who is it? Old man Zheng Yuan suddenly shouted. Fairy Ziwei appeared in front of him with empty hands and a smile on her face. Ziwei, no, you are not normal. The old man's eyes shone sharply as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a solid pitch-black soul sphere appeared behind him and entered his body. No, old man Zheng Yuan seemed to have suffered a heavy attack as he collapsed on the ground, his eyes rolled and saliva foamed from his mouth while his body quivered continuously. The twitching lasted for a while before old man Zheng Yuan became still all of a sudden. His eyes were the same as Fairy Ziwei, turning completely black. He stood up silently and wiped off the saliva. He lowered his hands and greeted the floating soul sphere respectfully. This old servant pays respects to master. Spectral Soul let out a light grunt of agreement. He did not have any immortal GU currently, but he was not without methods. The Soul Beast modification killer move he developed in the past had already become a type of innate ability of his soul. This innate ability could let him modify any soul and make the target offer their complete loyalty. Now, we should subdue Feng Jinhuang. I know her location as well and can also cut off that immortal GU house's teleportation ability. Fairy Ziwei said of her own initiative. No hurry. Spectral Soul, however, rejected her suggestion. Feng Jinhuang is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she also receives the adoration of humanity itself. Her luck is strong enough to be second only to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't think she is alone right now. The moment we make an attempt on her, we will be met with obstructions. Forget others, just Feng Zhuzhe alone is a huge problem. This person is strong enough to match Duke Long right now. We will observe the changes in the battlefield, let these people kill each other as their luck dissipates, then we will see if there is a chance to make a move on Feng Jinhuang. Spectral Soul and the two servants walked out of the immortal GU house and observed the battlefield from far away. Right now, Heavenly Court's side was gathered around Heaven Overseeing Tower and defended with all their strength. Their situation had become extremely perilous. The other immortals' attacks were unusually fierce. They were under the amplification from Heroes Among People, but also the weakening from Destiny Song. With Fang Yuan and Di Zhangsheng at the lead, every minute action made Heavenly Court's side nervous. Duke Long and Feng Zhuzhe were like main pillars. One person blocked Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Di Zhangsheng, but both were disadvantaged since they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower as well. Demon Judgment Board was struggling to defend against Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace's joint attacks. Golden Pearl soldiers were completely destroyed. Heavenly Court's main force was on a constant retreat and the defensive line continued to pull back. Heavenly Court's defeat is imminent. Fairy Ziwei commented, the eerie light in her eyes flickered. Only Yuan Chongdu was standing on the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Kong Yan and Che Wei were lying on the floor, on the verge of death. There was no one to heal them, and Heavenly Court also did not have the ability to spare manpower. Originally, Qi Si Lang was resisting the jade green light, but when Heavenly Court's main force arrived, they easily handled him. Qi Si Lang was still bound and could not resist at all. He was directly beheaded and died with grievance. The refinement path GU formation was already destroyed. Yuan Chongdu could only continue restoring Fate GU by himself. Almost there, almost there. Yuan Chongdu mumbled. A fire was burning in his palm. Boom. Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy attack and shook violently. Yuan Chongdu's refinement was disturbed. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Fate Gu's restoration was forcefully halted. Chapter 1949 Beheaded by one slice. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Rotational Destruction. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted in fury. He faced the sky with his palms and pushed. A 5-colored ring appeared. The ring flew to the sky and let out a powerful attraction force, absorbing all kinds of killer moves and even desolate beasts. Heavenly Court's defensive line fell into chaos. Charge! Southern Borders GU Immortals grasped this chance and activated Rank 8 Immortal GU House Great Space Temple to charge in through the gap. Heavenly Court's Yu Zuzi gritted his teeth as he pointed at Great Space Temple and shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade pearls floating around him flew out and struck Great Space Temple before detonating. Bam bam bam! The detonation of jade pearls resounded like thunder. Jade fragments scattered everywhere and attached themselves onto Great Space Temple, actually slowing this Rank 8 Immortal GU house by several times. With this chance, Heavenly Court's members quickly reinforced and used all their strength to force Great Space Temple out. But, although Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong made his move on the other side. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers repeatedly, throwing out several dark jade worms. The small worms grew larger as they flew in the sky, expanding to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In just a few breaths of time, they turned into vicious wind dragons that was 220 feet long, baring their fangs as they attacked Heavenly Court's defensive line. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a green light, the wind dragons roared and turned into countless jade wind blades, shooting everywhere. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Heavenly Court's main force could only grit their teeth and face the killer moves forcibly. Using this chance when they were too occupied, Wu Yong turned around and infiltrated the defense line. Don't even think about it. A delicate voice sounded, flower petals flew in the sky. Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying heavy attention towards Wu Yong without daring to be careless. The moment Wu Yong made the move, she went to fill the gap. Wu Yong sighed and could only drop the plan. The southern border GU Immortals inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building were shouting towards the eastern CGU Immortal Hua Kai Yun, go in quickly. Previously, Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan. Right now, Wan Zihong went to fill the defensive gap which left behind a hole, letting Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan infiltrate the defensive line. Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan glanced at each other and sensed the other had no intention to charge in, so they both chose to battle in the same place without having any intention to invade. The human wills influenced the Eastern Sea Immortals' resoluteness, but the influence was limited. Right now, Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan were already feeling regret. How could they have joined the decisive battle in Heavenly Court because of a moment of hot-headedness? Wasn't it quite good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in Central Continent? Why did they have to fight to the death here? They were not fools. The first ones to invade the defensive line would definitely be met with fierce counterattacks from Heavenly Court's forces. They might even die if they were just a little bit careless. Because she had seen through this, Wan Zihong boldly went to fill the defensive gap and block Wu Yong. The nature of Eastern CGU Immortals is like this. Wan Zihong's eyes shone sharply. She had a deep understanding regarding Eastern Sea. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged into Heavenly Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern CGU Immortal. Heavenly Court's main force were barely able to maintain the defensive line, and when they were forced, they would let the defensive gap appear in front of the Eastern CGU Immortals. But Heavenly Court's main force would have never imagined that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace and had become a dragon general, unafraid of death in battles. Heavenly Court's main force was dazed and allowed Shi Miao to smoothly charge into the defensive line and near Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge inside, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. In your dream, Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already put up his defenses. His skin was like a layer of rocks, extremely firm. But his tough skin was immediately pierced by Duke Long's right hand and his neck was grabbed firmly. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocation. An intense force spread from Duke Long's right hand and cracked the rock skin on his neck. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was horrified. He struggled with all his might but it was fruitless. Just as his neck was about to snap, a sword light arrived. Duke Long dodged immediately, but this was predicted. The sword light struck his waist, then passed through behind like a ray of light. Duke Long's body was almost cut apart by this sword light. An enormous wound appeared on his stomach from where blood flowed out without stopping. The sword light continued with its momentum and struck Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fortunately, defensive measures were already activated around Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was not unprepared like when Bo Qing's sword light cut it. A white barrier flickered around the tower before finally stopping the sword light. Fang Yuan. Duke Long turned his head towards where the attack came from. At that direction was Fang Yuan, who had once again transformed into an immemorial sword dragon. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The attack just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move had terrifying might. Duke Long absolutely could not sit idly and watch Fang Yuan use it casually. He immediately gave up on Shi Miao and used Dragon Gate to approach Fang Yuan. But at this time, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His whole body melted and rapidly covered Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard, and Fang Yuan was able to activate five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword, third sword, fourth sword. Every sword light struck Duke Long and passed through his body. The remaining force struck Heaven Overseeing Tower till it shook. Lord Duke Long. This unexpected situation caused Heavenly Court's immortals to pale in fright. Even Duke Long had never expected Shi Miao to willingly give up his life to pin him down. Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword struck him, but Shi Miao was also struck. There were 3 terrifyingly large sword wounds on Duke Long's body. he was dripping with blood but he still had a breath of life left in him. Shi Miao, however, could not be any more dead. His form was a severed corpse, he died with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your life shall end here. Fang Yuan said softly before pointing the fifth sword of five-finger fist heart sword. The sword light seemed to pierce through time and space, no one could block its speed. Heavenly Court's immortals watched the sword light strike Duke Long with a horrified gaze. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes lost their light as he fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood. Duke Long was lying on the bed and crying, "Father, Mother, don't die, don't leave me behind." Child. Duke Long's father rubbed his head and showed a carefree smile even when death was impending. "Don't cry and don't grieve. We suffered these fatal wounds to stop Di Zhangsheng's rampage. This is our responsibility as members of Heavenly Court, and it is also something we are willing to do. Death is the final destination of life, the crucial thing is whether we died a worthy death. You will understand this when you grow up, my child." Duke Long's mother spoke. "You will understand what our sacrifices signify. Although this leads to separation, it is also our honor and duty to protect humanity. The stronger one is, the greater their responsibilities. Protecting our people is the noble task that has been inherited by us and countless seniors. When you grow up, you will also continue to walk our path. We will be looking forward to your growth in the other world. You need to work hard and persevere." Adolescence. Young Duke Long was breathing heavily, he was knocked down by a puppet and was lying down on the ground. A GU master laughed loudly from the side and clapped, "Little Long, your performance is already great. Get up, rest for a while." "No, I can still continue to fight." Young Duke Long used all his strength and stood up unsteadily. "I will double my efforts, work hard in cultivation and keep on growing stronger. This puppet in front of me is nothing. There will be a day when I will become an expert like my parents, I will become a GU immortal of Heavenly Court and follow their path." "Ha ha ha, such aspirations, I am really looking forward to your future." The GU master praised sincerely. Adulthood. This is how it feels to be a GU immortal. Duke Long passed the Ascension Tribulation and became a rank 6 GU immortal. Amazing, kid, you have become an immortal at such a young age. Thinking back to when I was your age, I was still competing with my rival in love, ha ha ha. A Heavenly Court GU immortal laughed. "Thank you for guarding me during this period." The adult Duke Long bowed towards the GU immortal and said with great sincerity. The Heavenly Court GU immortal waved his hand. "You should have realized it by now, your identity is special. You are the Tao guardian of the future immortal Venerable, so your cultivation path will always be smooth, even if there are setbacks, it will only signify that you are going to reap even greater harvests later. Heavenly Court needs you, the future immortal Venerable needs you, humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point, it is just your starting point. You can't get complacent, you can't stop moving forward. We all need you. Yes, I will persevere till I die. I will contribute every bit of my strength and every drop of my blood and sweat for Heavenly Court, for humanity, and for the future." Duke Long swore. Middle age, rank 8 cultivation, unimaginable you actually accomplished this at your age. Duke Tong said with a moved voice. "Perhaps we should say, worthy of a Tao guardian. Ha ha ha, with you, Heavenly Court can be even more prosperous." Duke Mei laughed brightly. "I am flattered, seniors." The middle-aged Duke Long spoke modestly. Duke Mei and Duke Tong glanced at each other, the former said, "So, have you considered our suggestion? Become one of us, lead Heavenly Court and guide the future immortal Venerable seed." Duke Long nodded with no hesitation. "Yes, I have already prepared myself." "Ha ha ha, then from today onwards, you are Duke Long. One of the 3 Dukes of Heavenly Court, and also the most important one. Heavenly Court's heavy responsibility will mainly rest on your shoulders." Duke Long nodded his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This is the path I have been pursuing. This is the expectation that my parents and the countless seniors I have met in life hold, it is the result that Heavenly Court and humanity needs. This responsibility I, Duke Long, will undertake it with no hesitation." Old age. "Come back, Hong Ting, you can still turn around." Duke Long called. "Master, I failed to live up to your teachings and expectations, I am sorry, but I must revive them." Red Lotus did not turn around, disappearing into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, his body on the verge of collapsing. The disciple he had taught with all his heart for so many years chose to walk on such a path. "I guided an immortal Venerable to become a demon Venerable, I have sinned." Duke Long knelt before Duke Tong and Duke Mei. Get up quickly." Duke Tong and Duke Mei held Duke Long's arms and consoled him. You need to have faith, Duke Long, we still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long, we have all seen the efforts you have put in. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No, Duke Long shook off the two's hands and said with an extremely solemn expression, he is my disciple, if he is walking on the wrong path now, it is my mistake. It is my sin, I must pay for this, I will stake all my strength to make up for this mistake. For Heavenly Court and for humanity, even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back to the righteous path. And finally, in his twilight years, Duke Long was sitting cross-legged in the hall, his head lowered and his hair was disheveled. 2 trails of tears quietly trickled down his face. In front of him on the cold floor were the corpses of people he was familiar with, these were Dragonman corpses. The pain in his heart submerged everything and roared like a tsunami, threatening to drown Duke Long. He was originally blessed with the joys of familial bonds, but who could have thought he would have to suffer such an impact in his twilight years? What was even more sad was that the killer of his children and grandchildren was he himself. This was the tragedy that he single-handedly created. It is my fault, back then I should not have. Duke Long's voice was choked with emotions. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemed to be under extreme weight as he slowly looked at each corpse. Joyful conversations and laughter along with blissful scenes of him with his grandchildren surfaced in his mind. It is not your fault, my children. Everything is my fault. Duke Long's back bent down, he used his powerless fist to pound his chest, light thumping sounds echoed in the hall. I was negligent in my care towards you, I did not guide you well, you ended up walking on the wrong path. I was wrong, I am not a good master, I am also not a good ancestor. But for the prosperity of humanity, for Heavenly Court, I had to sacrifice you. Believe me, I never wanted this outcome. But I have no choice, I might be a dragonman but my heart has always stood with humanity. I cannot let you disrupt the rule of humanity, that is the result gained after countless generations sacrificed themselves. And most importantly, your roots also lie in humanity. If you want to blame someone, then blame me, I cannot beg for your forgiveness neither do I dare to do that. Let me bear all the sins, let me pay for them. My children, I cannot bring myself to separate with you. You will merge with me, we will never be apart. As your ancestor, I have failed you and did not give you a beautiful life and stable environment to live in. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just a dying old man. Present. The 5th sword flew towards Duke Long so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. Whoosh. There was a soft sound, time seemed to have been slowed down by countless times. Duke Long's head lightly separated from his neck. Blood flowed out slowly and spurted out just as slowly. He was beheaded by Fang Yuan with one slice. Chapter 1950 The True Triple Chi Retraction. Lord Duke Long. The Heavenly Court Immortals' horrified cries resounded, but to Duke Long, these voices became increasingly weaker. At the start, they were like roaring waves, but almost at the next moment, they became light echoes from the horizon. Is this the feeling of death? I, Duke Long, am finally going to die. Die here. Thoughts were still flashing past Duke Long's mind. Die here, he asked himself again. Tired, I am really tired. He had walked till now while bearing heavy duty and expectations, he withstood the burden of endless sins. There were times when he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and hibernated, he had let his imagination run wild. If I died like this, it feels like it might be a pretty good thing. But could he? He asked himself. No. He could not. He, Duke Long, lived all his life while carrying a heavy burden. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, master, and companions, he shouldered the responsibility of Heavenly Court and humanity, he took on the blame for his disciples' betrayal and the calamity he caused, he took on the sin of exterminating his offspring by his own hands. He got injured, he got old. His back slowly bent down, his gaze slowly dimmed. He slumbered in the immortal graveyard, but when the time came, he crawled up and continued to bear his responsibility and mission. That's right, I cannot die, I cannot. I still need to deal with the enemies, I still haven't cleared my sins, I still haven't corrected my mistakes. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed, if I fall now, Feng Zhuzhe will not be able to salvage the situation alone. Heavenly Court will be destroyed by the enemies. How can I fall now? I cannot fall, my companions need me, Heavenly Court needs me, humanity needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, no matter how tired I am, even if I am extremely exhausted, even if I hibernate in the graveyard, even if I die, even if I have been beheaded. I, Duke Long, cannot afford to fall. I need to stand up, I need to continue fighting. Instantly, as if the entire universe was responding to his unyielding will. A miracle happened. Duke Long's dimmed pupils suddenly burst out with shocking light that rushed towards the sky. The blood that spurted out of his neck returned rapidly, the countless chi in the surrounding condensed and brought his head back to his neck. An extremely profound aura carried a true inheritance and entered his body, the wounds on his body started healing rapidly, he completely healed within a few breaths. It is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. And this chi path true inheritance, so triple chi retraction can actually be used in this manner. Duke Long immediately comprehended, great joy surfacing on his face. Lord Duke Long, he has revived. The miracle happened right in front of them, Heavenly Court's morale bounced back. Fang Yuan's expression was still tranquil, it is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. There was a backup after all. This is Heavenly Court's foundation. Wu Yong mumbled, his expression was dark, he felt powerlessness. Duke Long raised his head and floated in the air, he spread out his arms and legs as he said, I, Duke Long, will not fall right now. Oh Fang Yuan, let me show you the genuine triple chi retraction. Triple chi retraction. This move's reputation was too huge. The moment Duke Long said this, the three regions immortals slowed down their offenses in fright and uncertainty. Fang Yuan's expression was also solemn, he had personally witnessed the terrifying might of triple chi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to determine his victory, directly defeating Purple Mountain True Monarch. Triple chi retraction has a total of 3 styles. First style, human chi retraction. Second style, earth chi retraction, and third style, heaven chi retraction. Human chi retraction greatly reduces a GU immortal's human chi and their condition will fall sharply. Earth chi retraction will extract earth chi and cause heavy damage to the immortal aperture. Heaven chi retraction will extract heaven chi and combined with the damage from the previous 2 styles, the immortal aperture will shatter directly. If one is hit by the first style, the second style and third style cannot be blocked. So, the key is in the first style. All kinds of information flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously. Although he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human status, he was not certain if human chi retraction could extract his human chi or not. Since this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, even if there was no transformation path back then, Duke Long would have definitely made relevant modifications to fill this gap. Whoosh! At the next moment, vast chi surged from all directions and winds moved like waves, gathering around Duke Long's body. Endless amounts of human chi, earth chi, and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path Dao marks while also drastically raising his power in every aspect. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. What is this? Triple chi retraction's 3 styles are being activated at the same time, plundering a vast amount of chi to empower Duke Long. Is this a condition triggered by Primordial Origin's method? Triple chi retraction's effect had already deviated from its usual ability. Power, an unprecedented power. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly, boom. The air below him directly exploded as his body flew like a purple meteor and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. Fast, extremely fast, but Fang Yuan had no fear since reverse flow protection seal was still activated. Boom, Duke Long's fist struck his head. Fang Yuan was knocked down like a cannonball, he smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Reverse flow protection seal immediately appeared shallow and illusory from this attack. Fang Yuan shook his giant dragon head, shaking off the dizziness, when Duke Long appeared in front of his eyes again. Both sides were within 100 steps. Duke Long charged over, his whole body emitted blazing chi that raised his mighty disposition to the extreme. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold as he snorted inwardly. Whoosh! Myriad Year Flying Warship had already been lying in ambush, and when Duke Long charged forward at this moment, it immediately pierced through the air, like a giant blade that cut towards Duke Long with a heavy shadow of death. Struck, Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a giant broadsword that cut Duke Long. Boom! Dust and soil flew before they were dispelled by the violent chi around Duke Long. Duke Long was struck by Myriad Year Flying Warship, he was half crouching on the ground, one hand holding the ground while the other hand released a powerful strength as it grabbed the front bottom part of Myriad Year Flying Warship, he actually held off the whole of Myriad Year Flying Warship's weight with a single hand. Crack, crack, a series of sharp sounds could be heard, the muscles on Duke Long's hands bulged as he slowly pushed back Myriad Year Flying Warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, the Myriad Year Flying Warship of this moment was not the same as before, it was merged with 12 Zodiac battle formation and was enough to rank among the top 5 immortal GU houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-powered collision with one hand. The strength amplification Duke Long received from triple chi retraction had far surpassed Fang Yuan's estimation. Ha! Duke Long breathed out as he exerted strength and stood up. He brought his other hand together and actually threw myriad-year flying warship far away. Fang Yuan observed the whole process with indifference, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and retreated quickly, leaving the heaven-overseeing tower battlefield. Duke Long's speed already surpassed Fang Yuan's, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan left. Because at this moment, Dragon Palace and 3 immortal GU houses were attacking Feng Juzhe. Feng Juzhe had to split his attention to resist them, so Destiny Song unavoidably weakened. Di Zhangsheng was free and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower once again. Evil Dragon, stop! Almost in an instant, Duke Long appeared on Di Zhangsheng's head. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Breath Mountain. An enormous translucent Chi mountain took shape in a blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Di Zhangsheng's head was pressed down to the ground by Chi Breath Mountain. Triple Chi retraction increased the might of Duke Long's Chi Path methods to a horrifying level. However, after using this move, the Chi around Duke Long fell sharply by 30%. A chance. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Wu Yong, and Zhang Yin attacked at almost the same time. 3 long-range killer moves attacked Duke Long. Duke Long did not dodge and also did not use self-moving Dragon Chi Wall, he actually let the killer moves engulf his body. Smoke and fire rose, thunder rumbled. The dazzling scene dissipated, Duke Long was still standing in the sky, standing tall and upright. Did you want to scratch my itch with these 3 small tricks? Duke Long ridiculed loudly. The faces of Wu Yong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Zhang Yin reddened with anger and shock. Triple Chi retraction, Duke Long shouted once again. In an instant, vast Chi surged and appeared from all corners of Heavenly Court before gathering inside Duke Long's body within a few seconds. Rumble. Duke Long's aura expanded once again. Not only did he return to his earlier state, he even gained an extra layer. From the original 10 feet, it broke through to 20 feet. The aura covered his whole body and the translucent fire burned high. Duke Long's purple hair waved wildly and his scales shone brightly. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand as well, Duke Long's body right now had already far surpassed the size of an ordinary human, his body expanded several times and gave an extremely oppressive feeling. Di Zhangsheng roared, unreconciled as it lifted its giant dragon head out from the pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared to the side of Di Zhangsheng's head and gave a straight punch. The huge force twisted Di Zhangsheng's head and even its enormous body rolled away, destroying countless buildings of Heavenly Court in its way. But Duke Long no longer cared about these, everything had to prioritize Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the previous life, Di Zhangsheng's battle strength could match Duke Long's, but in this life, it was directly suppressed. If it was said that Feng Juzhe used the profundity of Destiny Song to defeat Di Zhangsheng, then Duke Long suppressed Di Zhangsheng by relying on his own strength. I understand now. Although I destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court still exists. When a GU Immortal joins Heavenly Court, they will contribute their immortal aperture. Countless Grotto Heaven worlds merge together to form the current Heavenly Court. Every immortal aperture is a balance of 3 Chi and contains Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. Currently, Duke Long is using triple Chi retraction not against us but on Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved lightning fast as he deduced the general details. Heavenly Court's 3 Chi were naturally exploited by Duke Long and it could even be said to be an infinite supply. With such a powerful supplement, Duke Long's battle strength exploded and suppressed Di Zhangsheng with just his body. But out of Heavenly Court, the killer move triple Chi retraction would lose such might. No such vigorous triple Chi were around in the outside world and they could not be used by Duke Long freely. That meant, Duke Long's strength had limitations, he must stay inside Heavenly Court. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this weakness, it was useless. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also inside Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had to strive to destroy Fate GU, so he could not bypass Heavenly Court or the current Duke Long. Chapter 1951 Deadlock. No matter how strong Duke Long is, he is only one person. Charge. We will attack together. Heavenly Court's defensive line is so wide, let's see how he will defend it. Wu Yong shouted, his sharp gaze containing a trace of restlessness. Duke Long's astonishing performance had already triggered subtle changes in people's hearts, he could not let him act so unbridled. Wu Yong controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took the lead. This move immediately made the immortal GU houses around him start attacking once again. Duke Long snorted, he suddenly disappeared and appeared to block Wu Yong's path. His expression was grim and was about to attack clear jade dripping when tiny bamboo building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Duke Long stared with wide eyes as he had no choice but to dodge. One skill to dominate the world. Facing the dream path killer move, no matter how strong he was, Duke Long did not dare to test it. His evasion immediately made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong and others let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's mighty image that gave a feeling of being invincible was broken by this action. The three regions Immortal's falling spirits became concentrated again. Fortunately, he dodged it. Thin beads of sweat covered Wu Shuai's head. Dreamy light smoke might be a dream path killer move but it had a limited strength. Facing such a powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fish net to capture a giant shark. Duke Long could not resist dream path killer moves, the giant shark could definitely be trapped, but what about after that? The shark would struggle to break free and could tear the small fish net. Back to the present, even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it was far beyond Dragon Palace's ability to force such a powerful expert inside the palace, let alone suppress him. The final conclusion might very well be Dragon Palace crumbling apart while Duke Long would be temporarily trapped inside a dream realm. But there was Feng Jin Huang who could deal with dream realms and quickly rescue Duke Long. So, Wu Shuai's move was only a bluff. Duke Long took the bait because he was not aware of this dream path killer move's details. This was also why GU Immortals kept their killer moves hidden and would not display them easily. And when they showed their killer moves several times, they would actively modify them. Duke Long retreated, the three regions Immortals led a massive attack once again under Wu Yong's lead, using this opportunity to gather an attack. HMPH, besides Lord Duke Long, Heavenly Court also has us. You will definitely pay for underestimating us. With us around, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Ke'er, Bai Kang Shui, Zhao Shanhe and others of Heavenly Court's main force stepped forward, welcoming the violent attacks without fearing death. A bunch of old geezers. How much time do you even have left? Hua Kai-yun sneered, countless thunder clouds shot out from beside her. Boom boom boom, the thunder clouds detonated ahead of time, they were all accurately intercepted by Yu Zuzi. How much time? We never cared. As long as we have a breath of life in us, we will crawl out from our graves. Yu Zuzi shouted and pushed forward the back of his hand, a large patch of jade powder flew forward like fog. Retreat. Facing the unknown killer move, Hua Kai-yun did not dare to test it and immediately retreated to be on the safe side. We will never lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhou Shangxin wore a white robe and had thick eyebrows and a square face. He used information path methods, shooting out countless white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the pioneers of the eras, the backbone of humanity, the heroes of Central Continent. We will never forget the disgrace of becoming slaves to variant humans, we will never forget that peace is something we have fought for using our lives, and we will never forget that the happiness of the people needs to be guarded by each generation. As for you, you are petty people who don't care about endangering humanity for your selfish interests. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter what methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only receive defeat. Zhou Shangxin shouted loudly, his endless arrows became stronger with his words, using attack as defense, the arrows forced back 5 elements Grandmaster, Yi Haofang, and other rank 8s. They could only prioritize defense, the offense they had just started as well as their morale shrank rapidly. Look, this is our Heavenly Court's perseverance. Zhu Ke'er and Prince Feng Xian combined their skills, flames surged and formed a completely new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several rank 7 Immortal GU houses. HMPH, a bunch of babbling geezers. The Immortal graveyard is already destroyed now, after killing you, let me see who else will stand up in Heavenly Court. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Lu Wei had just finished speaking when he felt his vision darken. Duke Long suddenly appeared right before him. Boom. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Hui's whole body let out a bright green light, his defensive killer move was activated with full power. But it only lasted for a second before it shattered, his whole body was slashed into pieces. Lu Wei died immediately from Duke Long's one attack. 5 Elements Grandmaster and others quickly retreated in fright, entering their respective sides' Immortal GU houses. Duke Long swept his gaze around the battlefield and shouted, "You colluded with the otherworldly demon and attempted to overthrow Heavenly Court, you are all traitors to humanity. You don't understand, even if we battle to the death, our 3 chi will still remain. This is the grand chi of humanity, it will last forever with mountains and the land itself. Triple chi retraction. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, the whole sky turned dark. 3 chi flocked and gathered into Duke Long's body from all areas of Heavenly Court. Duke Long's translucent blazing chi expanded wildly, giving a heart-shaking feeling to everyone. Immortal killer move, great chi hand explosion. Duke Long stretched his left arm and spread his 5 fingers, his palm pointed towards a rank 7 Immortal GU house. At the next moment, he clenched his left hand. Bam! Great chi exploded, the rank 7 Immortal GU house split into pieces, exploding into countless fragments. Immortal GU were all destroyed, the GU Immortals inside also met with calamity, none survived and only bones, blood, and meat pulp were left behind. The 3 regions GU Immortals were horrified and stupefied. Heavenly Court's side cheered loudly. This is Heavenly Court's power. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eyes shined brightly. Fang Zheng, however, was silent as he was shaken mentally. The shock was not only to Duke Long's strength, there was also a kind of turbulence going on in his mind. At this moment, Fang Zheng began to understand the spirit of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Yes, Fang Zheng thought inwardly, if there were no Heavenly Court in history, could there be the current human race? Generations of Heavenly Court GU Immortals cleared away obstacles with their blood, making countless sacrifices to bring about the rule of humanity. Comparatively, Fang Yuan and these people disregard the big picture, destroying Fate GU is giving the variant humans a chance to rise up. They are indeed traitors to humanity. Swish! Right at this time, a sword light pierced through the battlefield, bringing forth a soft sound and a bloody figure. Zhu Kei slowly fell to the ground like a sparrow whose wings were cut, her body was directly slashed into 2 halves. Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist hard sword. It was Fang Yuan, he was sinisterly roaming at the edge of the battlefield in his immemorial sword dragon form. Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court's immortals were furious. Fang Yuan sneered, I am here for my own interests. I don't give a damn about what you are, you can be noble or insignificant for all I care. Today, I will destroy Fate GU. I will kill whoever dares to stop me, if an immortal blocks me, I will slay the immortal, if a demon comes, I will slaughter the demon in my way. Heavenly Court, since you obstruct my path, you will meet with the same outcome. HMPH, demon. You need to be executed. Kill him. Murderer, I will crush you to pieces. Heavenly Court's immortals cursed. Roar, Di Zhangsheng recovered and collided into the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used dreamy light smoke. Wherever the Dream Path killer move went, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals evaded. Feng Zhuzhe gave a light sigh, activating a killer move and turning it into a Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself into the dreamy light smoke. Dreamy light smoke thus had no more offensive ability and returned like a python that had eaten its fill. Feng Zhuzhe could not directly break the Dream Path killer move, but he was able to block it by using this method. Destiny Song resounded once again. Di Zhangsheng roared discontentedly but was without options, and was once again suppressed by Feng Zhuzhe. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of a treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Ziwei sighed, I did not think Triple Chi Retraction still had this use. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to an astonishing level. Adding on Feng Zhuzhe's assistance, Heavenly Court's defensive line looks to be on the verge of collapse but is actually able to keep on lasting. According to overall strength, Heavenly Court was naturally stronger. But they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower and were thus extremely passive, even Duke Long was shackled by this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 GU Immortals or rank 7 Immortal GU houses, and Fang Yuan could similarly kill Heavenly Court members easily by using 5-finger fist hard sword. Duke Long had to leave the defensive line and choose to fight Fang Yuan far away. If these two were allowed to attack the other side's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel even a little heartache, but Heavenly Court needed enough manpower to defend the place. Duke Long would never let Fang Yuan continue his slaughter. On the contrary, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks, wholeheartedly attacking Heavenly Court's main force was also an option. But if he chose to do this, he would have to bear Duke Long's heavy attacks. Fang Yuan was not willing to do this, after all, he and the other 3 regions GU Immortals allied only because of the situation. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid and too risky. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long pinned down each other. Feng Zhuzhe instead became the core of the battle, he took charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defense while blocking Dragon Palace and Di Zhangsheng. His battle strength surpassed both enemies' and allies' expectations time and again. Old man Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, we just have to see who can break the stalemate. The crucial point is Fate GU. Heavenly Court has already harvested the success Dao marks, but the refinement path GU formation is destroyed. Can Yuan Chongdu alone be able to restore fate GU in time? Master, if we interfere now, can't we seize fate GU? Spectral Soul laughed. What will we gain by snatching it? Don't think that they are fighting with all they have got, they are still holding back. There is more to this situation than meets the eye. The past venerables have gotten involved in this battle. We will talk after plundering this treasury and getting back the door of life and death. Yes, Master. Chapter 1952 Responsibility and Sacrifice. On the side of a sect's mountain, the landscape was green, clear water flowed by it and birds, chirping could be heard. Little Do, what are you lying on the ground for? A gentle and soft voice could be heard. Senior sister. The young Yuan Chongdu opened his eyes and saw a girl bending over to look at him with her bright and smiling eyes. The girl's gaze moved to Little Do's hand and let out a gasp. Wow, Little Do, you refined a rank 3 GU again. You are really amazing. But I am not happy, you know I don't like cultivating refinement path. Yuan Chongdu stood up while mumbling. Don't be so dispirited, your talent is envied by so many people. The girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Chongdu was still dispirited and his head slumped forward. Haha, how about this, I will share a secret with you. Few days ago, I found clues to a GU master inheritance in my father's study room. It is hidden at some corner of the mountain. What do you think, do you want to search for it? Senior sister's beautiful gaze turned towards Yuan Chongdu. As expected, teenage Yuan Chongdu could not endure boredom, his eyes brightened when he heard what was said. There is such a fun thing. Wonderful, our sect's mountain has inheritances left behind by predecessors after all. GU Immortal inheritances are extremely rare but GU Master inheritances are plentiful. Tell me the clues quickly, senior sister. Okay, the clue is a line of a poem, I have been pondering about it these few days, I will read it to you. Senior sister did not conceal it, and this was only a GU Master inheritance. Her father was also Yuan Chongdu's master, a GU Immortal existence. Yuan Chongdu clapped his hands after hearing it just once. I understand. The clue is solved like this, match the first and last characters, then match second and the second last characters, it gives us a location. Senior sister pondered for a bit and jumped with joy, so it is there. Little Do, you are really smart, you guessed it immediately. Let's go find it quickly. Yuan Chongdu moved ahead. Wait for me, senior sister quickly followed. Don't worry, senior sister, I will give this inheritance to you, I won't snatch it from you, haha. Yuan Chongdu's figure disappeared into the depths of the mountain forest. Finally, the two found the inheritance inside a mountain cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Chongdu and his senior sister inspected the inheritance carefully. Will flame. A fire that uses wool as the fuel. This method is quite original and stunning. How did the GU master who created it think of this? Interesting. This name, how could it be master? Yuan Chongdu was extremely surprised. Senior sister also felt surprised, saying uncertainly, they might just have the same name. Yuan Chongdu, however, pondered and his eyes shone, maybe not. Senior sister, I remember you saying that you found this clue in master's study room. Yes, I was tidying up father's bamboo scrolls, you know my father's hobby is to collect these antiques. And by chance, a bamboo stick slipped from an aged scroll, and on it was the inheritance clue. Senior sister recalled her memory. This inheritance was set up by me when I was young. Right at this time, Yuan Chongdu's master slowly walked into the cave and appeared before Yuan Chongdu. Walking alongside him was Yuan Chongdu's sect uncle, who was short in stature, had a round face, and looked amiable. Yuan Chongdu and his senior sister quickly bowed and greeted at the same time. We pay respects to master father and sect uncle. Yuan Chongdu curled up his lips. Master, are you making fun of your disciples? Of course not. His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Chongdu's hand with a trace of reminiscence. Ha ha ha, you clever brat. The fat sect uncle pointed at Yuan Chongdu. Your master and I just returned from Spirit Resonance Peak, we were just chatting along the way when we discovered your traces. I can guarantee that this inheritance was indeed left by your master during his youth. He wholeheartedly liked Fire Path back then and used 5 years to painstakingly gather primeval stones and purchase a rank 3 Fire Path GU. But master clearly cultivates Water Path. Yuan Chongdu's eyes were wide open, having not expected his master also liked Fire Path, like him, when he was young. There was no other choice. The fat sect uncle sighed. Our sect's Water Path inheritance required an inheritor. How could an individual's preference compare to the sect's situation? Every GU Immortal inheritance needs to be inherited from generation to generation. Every inheritor will improve the inheritance on the foundation of their predecessor, making the inheritance keep up with the times and not be eliminated. This is our responsibility. When your master gave up fire path, he personally arranged this inheritance. I was there at that time and saw him crying his eyes out. Cough cough. Yuan Chongdu's master interrupted. Since you two discovered this inheritance, then it shall belong to you. Let's go. The two seniors left, leaving behind Yuan Chongdu and his senior sister in the cave. Junior brother, I cultivate wood path, I don't need this, so I will give it to you. Senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Chongdu. Yuan Chongdu gazed at the inheritance in his hand, slight waves undulated in his heart as he mumbled, Master. He opened his eyes again. Yuan Chongdu saw that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Damn it, I suffered a backlash during the refinement and fainted. Yuan Chongdu's heart pounded madly as he recalled the scene. The biggest taboo in GU refinement was to be disturbed. It did not matter how heavy his injuries were, the main thing was whether Fate GU was alright or not. This was related to the plan that Heavenly Court had been executing for millions of years. Yuan Chongdu was almost already without hope. As the only GU Immortal to refine GU, he had actually fainted. Could Fate GU, that was the target of the refinement, be unharmed? Fate GU would not be destroyed because of this, but it was very likely that most of the previous restoration results would disappear, it might even return to the original damaged state. Right now, Yuan Chongdu could only hope Fate GU's situation was slightly better, his in Heavenly Court's countless years of efforts must not go to waste. But when Yuan Chongdu raised his head to look at Fate GU, he was stunned. What? A lump of fire had taken his place in the GU refinement. Fate GU was quietly lying in the fire and was just half a step away from complete recovery. After the shock, warmth surged in Yuan Chongdu's heart. This was his will flame. A fire which used will as fuel, he had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later on, he cultivated refinement path but did not forget fire path as well, he continued to improve the will flame and developed it to immortal level. Will flame has already become my most familiar and most skilled GU refinement method. I probably activated will flame unconsciously when I fainted. Yuan Chongdu guessed. This was not the first time this happened. In fact, throughout his life, in his countless GU refinement experiences, there were many times when will flame took his place in emergencies. Every time he was unable to hold on, he would activate will flame to temporarily replace him and stabilize the situation. After countless times, using will flame at the crucial times had already become his subconscious habit. Yuan Chongdu let out a breath of air. He looked at the burning will flame quietly while thinking, rather than calling it a habit, more accurately, this is a type of responsibility. He thought of his master and smiled. Responsibility master, looks like I haven't disappointed you. Yuan Chongdu knew his condition, his injuries were too heavy and he was not able to continue the GU refinement. But hope was in front of him, he used his last bit of life and willpower to reinforce this lump of will flame. Burn, burn more, Yuan Chongdu mumbled. He used his own life to light the will flame. The will flame burned quietly, the fire brightened and became extremely stable. Inside the fire, Fate GU finally moved past the final step, it achieved complete recovery. While Yuan Chongdu was already lifeless. Like his master, like his senior sister, and like the countless Heavenly Court's seniors, they had given their blood and sweat for the cause of Heavenly Court, using their own lives to build the foundation of Heavenly Court. He was a true hero even in death. Heavenly Court's foundation, the large central continent was paved with blood and sacrifices. The will flame dissipated, he. Kong Yan's weak laughter resounded in the quiet top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Chongdu has already accomplished his task, it is our turn now. But with our state, even transmitting our voices is troublesome, let alone activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei said, his tone was quiet and deep. Kong Yan replied back almost as if he was not worried, there is still a way. The immortal essence remaining in my aperture is enough for me to activate my trump card, isn't it so coincidental? Che Wei and Kong Yan were close friends. Che Wei immediately realized Kong Yan's meaning. Don't do this, if you absorb my injuries, you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? Right now, our companions are fighting outside, the defensive line is on the verge of collapsing, they probably don't have the chance to send anyone else. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years, your abilities are stronger than mine. But your journey has not been completed yet, you will soon create your own path, I really look forward to it but it is such a pity that I won't be able to witness it. As Kong Yan spoke lightly, a light blue radiance spread from his body and covered Che Wei. The two GU immortals had wounds everywhere, even their bones and flesh were smashed in. But following the blue light's effect, Che Wei's body began to recover while Kong Yan's became more severe. My friend, Che Wei closed his eyes before opening them, two trails of tears flowed down quietly. Kong Yan was dead, Che Wei's injuries were still severe but he used all his strength to barely crawl towards Fate GU. Activate, I beg of you. Che Wei's vision turned dark, he poured in all his immortal essence and could only pray quietly at this point. Chapter 1953 Fang Yuan Falls. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was only an instant. The grand heaven overseeing tower began to slowly let out a pure white light, the light gradually grew brighter and began to rise. Several breaths later, the light shot to the sky and illuminated the whole battlefield like an emperor had descended. The chaotic and violent battlefield paused immediately. Almost all GU immortals raised their heads and looked towards heaven overseeing tower. The three regions' GU immortals were pale and ashen, while tears and snot flowed down the faces of Heavenly Court's GU immortals. Rank 9 Fate GU has been restored. Yuan Chengdu did not fail us. He did it. This is too amazing. Heaven overseeing tower has returned to its peak state, we have won. Heavenly Court's GU immortals cheered, their morale rose to the peak at once. Retreat, retreat. Be it Wu Yang, Yao Huang, or Shen Kong Sheng and others, they all shouted to retreat with no intent to battle. Bing Sai Chuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar, he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan with an unresigned expression, do something quickly. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon transformation, however, began to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan and used Dragon Gate to rapidly travel to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate GU, when he saw the completely intact Fate GU, he could not restrain his intense emotions anymore, tears flowed down as if he was released from a heavy burden. The one who had injured Fate GU back then was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long resolved himself and took on the heavy responsibility of restoring Fate GU. Hong Ting, Master has atoned for your mistake. I did not let down Heavenly Court, I did not let down humanity. Duke Long took deep breaths before he regained his cool. He looked outside the tower with a sharp gaze. Now, it is time for you all to die. Duke Long shouted and activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light that filled heaven and earth, it was omnipresent, illuminating the universe and people's hearts. In just an instance, all the rank 7 immortal GU houses in the battlefield crumbled, the GU immortals inside fortunately survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in miserable states. Bing Sai Chuan, Wu Shuai, Zhan Bu and others immediately used all their efforts in repairing the immortal GU houses. The surviving historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains dissipated after the light shone on them. Countless year beasts and swordsmen of Fang Yuan that caused disaster to Heavenly Court were mostly destroyed, blood flowed like a river. Mao Li Chu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken, Di Zhangsheng was suppressed to the ground and was actually unable to get up immediately. Only Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form was completely safe. He was a complete otherworldly demon who could not be targeted by the killer move Fate Vanquish and had a natural immunity towards it. Only you remain now, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the immemorial sword dragon with an intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon that destroyed the immortal graveyard, destroying the largest portion of the millions of years of foundation of Heavenly Court. This sin could not be forgiven, he must suffer a cruel death. Boom! Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and pierced through the sky towards Fang Yuan. Block him! Stop Fang Yuan! Duke Long roared, his voice resonated throughout the whole Heavenly Court. Destiny Song started in time as Fang Yuan's retreating speed fell sharply. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long neared and opened his palm, countless sharp Qi currents formed extremely sharp Qi blades that shrouded Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan cancelled reverse flow protection seal and charged through the Qi blade's encirclement, leaving behind a bloody trail in the sky. Myriad Year flying warship quickly flew over and reunited with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped on the deck and transformed into the immemorial Year monkey, he then turned around and waved his arm. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Wild winds surged, scattering all of the Qi current scissors. Fang Yuan stomped on the deck, Myriad Year flying warship gave off a buzzing sound and let out dazzling radiance as it activated a time path killer move, Myriad Year hunting. Splash splash splash. The river of time phantom under Myriad Year flying warship continued to bubble, Countless year beasts were summoned once again and participated in the battle, spreading out everywhere. At this time, Feng Zhuzhe moved ahead of Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Submission Song's power condensed into human form as it ran amok through the army of countless year beasts. Wherever it went, the year beasts, regardless of strong or weak, betrayed Fang Yuan and submitted to Feng Zhuzhe. Great job! Even Duke Long felt surprised and joyous at this sight. Previously, Feng Zhuzhe had been using Destiny Song mainly to maintain the battlefield and was unable to use other methods. Now that there was a chance, he immediately showed his abundant methods. Duke Long once again neared Myriad Year Flying Warship and used killer moves like World-Shaking Dragon Hammer alternately, destroying Daybreak Swords. Cracks spread in Myriad Year Flying Warship and large numbers of GU worms died instantly. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. He had to use all his strength to repair Myriad Year Flying Warship while also blocking Duke Long and Feng Zhuzhe's joint attacks. It is our turn to counterattack. Prince Feng Xian led the wave of counterattack. A sharp phoenix cry resounded, his whole body transformed into a phoenix. He spread his wings and flew, fire burned everywhere he went and turned into a sea of fire. Bai Kang Shui attacked almost at the same time from the other end of the defensive line, pale towering waves shot out. Zhen Shenguang was like a meteor as he moved across the battlefield. Zhou Shangxin was accompanied by fierce information path tigers. Vortex Space Boy and Yi Chaozi attacked together. Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zuzi once again used Sitting and Eating the Mountain Empty against the enemy Immortal GU houses. Previously, because of Duke Long's might, the three regions GU Immortals were all withdrawn inside the Immortal GU houses. Facing Heavenly Court's wave of counterattacks, Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and other Immortal GU houses were unable to resist and retreated while fighting. Heavenly Court's side continued to push with Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the cores, continuously reducing the movement area of the three regions GU Immortals. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board and used all kinds of luck path methods to amplify her side's offenses to the maximum degree. After all, the enemy GU Immortals were hiding inside Immortal GU houses, they could not attack casually and had to use the Immortal GU houses methods. The three regions GU Immortals were forced to retreat again and again, their conditions were already bad because of Fate Vanquish. Most of the GU Immortals had to concentrate on repairing the Immortal GU houses, they could only endure the beating passively. With no alternatives, Mao Li Chu, Wu Yong, and some others took the risk to fly out of the Immortal GU houses and fought Heavenly Court's side to strive for precious time for the repair of the Immortal GU houses. Hold on, if we can't hold on now, leaving Heavenly Court will only be wishful thinking. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially Fate Vanquish. How is Fang Yuan's situation? Only he can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals entrusted their hopes to Fang Yuan once again. Despite many of the GU Immortals hating Fang Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on him. But what disappointed the Immortals was that Fang Yuan's situation was also similarly bad. He was being pincer attacked by Feng Zhuzhe and Duke Long, he was barely resisting the attacks with the help of Myriad Year Flying Warship. The killer move Fate Vanquish with Fate GU as the core had no effect on Fang Yuan. But Feng Zhuzhe's Destiny Song that was only rank 8 was of an even higher plane, it not only included fate but also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Fang Yuan. Before this, Fang Yuan had used luck path methods many times to help in his cultivation. Destiny Song was effective against Fang Yuan, greatly weakening him, almost offsetting the amplification from Heroes Among People. On the contrary, Duke Long could not enjoy Heroes Among People but he was empowered by Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, Triple Chi Retraction, and Destiny Song, increasing his battle strength to an unimaginably shocking level. With Duke Long attacking and Feng Zhuzhe supporting him, Fang Yuan was unable to take them head-on and had to retreat again and again. Heavenly Court cannot be defeated. Duke Long's punches and kicks exploded the air as they landed on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a small raft in a storm, it was sent flying and crashed on the ground. Fang Yuan, here's another move for you. Duke Long charged down like a meteor, wanting to collide directly. Fang Yuan looked at the sky and snorted. Golden lights shone around Myriad Year Flying Warship as the 12 Zodiac battle formation separated and transformed into a grey stone giant. The giant stood on Heavenly Court's ground and waved its hands, attacking Duke Long head-on. Boom! An explosion rang, Duke Long collided with the giant. Killer moves clashed, creating a powerful explosion. The terrifying heat wave inflated like a giant balloon before bursting on the spot. Tornadoes and shock waves engulfed everything. Fang Yuan and the almost crumbling myriad-year flying warship retreated smoothly using this propulsion force. Whoosh! Wind roared as Duke Long's monstrously tall figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk rapidly. He did not have the time to even turn around as he activated reverse flow protection seal. Rumble! Reverse flow protection seal finally reached its limits and broke apart. Fang Yuan suffered Duke Long's attack. Although he had transformed into the immemorial year monkey, his back was almost pierced. The enormous force sent Fang Yuan flying. After he fell to the ground, his body was dragged along the ground, leaving behind a long trail of blood and only stopping after crashing through 3 immortal GU houses. Duke Long gave a muffled groan, his body was shaking. Reverse flow protection seal reflected external attacks. The strength he struck Fang Yuan was also reflected to him in full. He had to suffer an even more serious impact than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to weaken the strength of the attack as well as the powerful body of the immemorial year monkey. Duke Long panted heavily. He was not able to move immediately and concentrated on healing his wounds quickly. At the edge of the battlefield, the immortal treasury was already looted clean by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they had yet to find the door of life and death. Strange, the door of life and death was clearly placed here. Fairy Ziwei frowned. Looks like Duke Long has hidden many things from you. Spectral Soul said coldly. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth and contained countless souls. Its importance to Spectral Soul was huge, but unfortunately, they could not find it. Master, Fang Yuan is not able to hold on. Do we give him a hand to maintain the stalemate and get more time for ourselves? Old man Zheng Yuan asked. Spectral Soul gazed at the battlefield and when he saw Fang Yuan's position, he suddenly smiled. There is no hurry, there is still a Venerable who has not made a move yet. Fang Yuan was collapsed in his own pool of blood in front of embroidered tower. 3 blood skins of reckless savage demon Venerable were sown in the air. Blown by the violent winds of the battlefield, these 3 blood skins actually loosened and waved around like banners. In an instant, Fang Yuan sniffed a dense, fishy stench of blood. Chapter 1954 Pursue, Freedom. Fang Yuan's whole body was bathed in blood and filled with injuries. He snorted coldly and stood up, looking at embroidered tower in front of him. Embroidered tower was originally a mortal object that was left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to his disciple Star Constellation as her dowry. But according to the customs back then, its symbolic meaning was much greater. Later, when Star Constellation became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she turned embroidered tower into an immortal GU house that had extremely mystical powers. Over 1,000,000 years ago, reckless savage demon Venerable invaded Heavenly Court. He stormed through Heavenly Court, passing Immortal Emperor Court, Hidden Space Pavilion, Sumeru Lake, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopping at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage demon Venerable suffered some loss when he reached Embroidered Tower. Embroidered Tower used its trump card method, Dao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles flew out elegantly. Reckless savage demon Venerable was forced to discard 3 pieces of his skin before he was able to go past it. These 3 bloody skins were sewn into the air by countless Dao mark threads. After that, Embroidered Tower's damage could not be repaired. And later, it was used to attack Spectral Soul in Yitian Mountain, the new damage added to the previous ones. This damage ruined Embroidered Tower and it could not be of any use right now. Not only Fang Yuan, even Duke Long and other GU immortals saw the movement of the 3 bloody skins in the air above Embroidered Tower. They looked like 3 bloody banners, fluttering savagely in the wind. The left banner had a bird drawn on it. The bird had 6 legs but no wings. The middle bloody banner had a drawing of a beast which was getting increasingly clearer. It opened its mouth but had no teeth. The right bloody skin had a fish. It grew increasingly vivid and lifelike but it was clear that it had no gills. Blood skins made wild sounds like an ancient gale that crossed 1,000,000 years and roared in people's ears. Or like a grand army that went to battle, clashes and collisions of steel and horses resounded. The blood banners fluttering continued to amplify in commotion. They were like volcanoes that had been suppressed for countless years or like wild beasts that had accumulated their energy and was about to strike their prey. Roar! The wild beasts roared. They violently broke the Dao mark threads that bound them, and turned into 3 blood-red lights that landed around Fang Yuan. 3 beastly bizarre and resounding roars sounded and the blood-red light dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. A glowing monstrous yellow bird that was like a small mountain, its 6 legs were thick and rough, its beak was hard and long, but it had no wings. An azure blue leopard with a big belly was sprawled on the ground, it kept on yawning and one could see it did not have even a single tooth. And a fish with dark green scales was floating in the air, its head was raised high and its mouth was closed tightly. There was no trace of gills next to its eyes. The huge fish was motionless like a jade statue. The immortals were shaken, even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he halted his attacks. There is an abnormality in the 3 bloody skins left by reckless savage demon Venerable. These 3 monsters have such shocking auras. Did Fang Yuan trigger a Venerable's method? Wait a second, these 3 monsters, why do they resemble those 3 recorded in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E-U003E? U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E-U003E, Chapter 4 states. Ren Zhu wandered alone on the vast land, his hair was disheveled and he seemed to have lost his mind. At times, he wailed, at times, he sat down in a daze, and at times, he laughed like a fool. Fate Gu's manipulation had separated him from his children, he also lost wealth. Ren Zhu was forced into a state of madness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ren Zhu was at a loss and went crazy again. One morning, a group of birds ran past Ren Zhu. These birds did not have wings, their 6 legs moved alternately as they ran on the ground, raising clouds of dust in their path. Ren Zhu jumped with joy when he saw these birds. So I am a bird. He also spread his legs and ran wildly, joining the bird group. The birds growled strangely towards Ren Zhu. You are a human, you use 2 legs to walk, you are not a bird. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom. We want to retrieve our freedom. Ren Zhu asked. Why are you all searching for freedom? The birds said with a heavy tone. We once possessed freedom, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had wings and could not fly anymore. When we regain freedom, we will be able to spread our wings and soar to the sky again. Ren Zhu realized. I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like birds who have lost their wings. Right, I remember now. Ren Zhu clapped and laughed madly. I also need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, I can go wherever I want to go, and be with whomever I want to be forever. The birds casted a strange look at Ren Zhu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, how can birds not have wings? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to be alone, all gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu scratched his head, puzzled, is that how it works? The birds left behind their last words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom fly away, otherwise you will regret it. After Ren Zhu parted ways with the birds, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One afternoon, a leap of blue leopards passed by him. The insane Ren Zhu saw the group of leopards and shouted in joy, so I am a leopard. Ren Zhu rushed into the group. But the leopards pushed him away and shouted, you are a human, not a leopard. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have 4 legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom. We want to retrieve our freedom. Ren Zhu asked, why are you searching for freedom? The blue leopards looked depressed. Sigh, we once possessed freedom, but we did not realize it. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had teeth and could not bite and tear apart our prey. When we regain freedom, we will be able to eat happily again. Ren Zhu realized. I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like beasts with no teeth. Right, Ren Zhu clapped and laughed madly. I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned before laughing loudly as they mocked Ren Zhu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, how can beasts not have fangs or claws? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu scratched his head, unsatisfied, is that how it works? The leopards left behind their final words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom fly away, otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the leopards, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One evening, a school of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish and shouted in joy, "So I am a fish." Renzu joined the fish group and tried to swim like them. There was a commotion in the fish group as they pushed Renzu away and shouted, "You are a human, not a fish. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have no legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu, we want to retrieve our freedom." Renzu asked, "Why are you searching for freedom Gu?" The fish sighed, "We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had gills and could not breathe in the water again. When we regain freedom, we will be able to swim in the water again." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like fish with no gills and cannot breathe." Right, Renzu clapped and laughed madly, "I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever, I want eternal life." The fish sneered, "Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, a fish must have gills, so chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life, you will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies." Renzu frowned, feeling irritated, "Is that how it works?" The fishes left behind their final words, "Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu parted ways with the fishes, he slowly forgot the advice of the birds, leopards, and the fish. "I am a human, I need to pursue freedom. I need to get rid of the shackles of fate, I want to live forever with my loved ones, I want to enjoy life with enough wealth, I want to live on forever." Many beings that walked past Renzu heard him, they shook their heads and stayed away from him. "Let's quickly leave, he is Renzu and he is talking nonsense again. He has already gone mad completely. How could he dare to have such thoughts?" One day, freedom Gu flew towards Renzu on its own accord. Renzu was joyous as he grabbed it. "Oh freedom, I finally obtained freedom." Renzu was extremely happy but also felt puzzled as he asked freedom Gu, "This is really strange, the wingless birds are pursuing you, the toothless beasts are pursuing you, the gill-less fish are pursuing you, but you flew to me, what is going on here?" Freedom Gu replied, "I didn't fly to you, human, you once used attitude Gu to bully me, used love to bind me, and used wealth to bribe me. I loathe and hate you. I flew over because I was attracted by the cognition Gu on you." Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body and explained with a smile, "Renzu, because you have gone mad, you are thinking deliriously all the time. A human that desires companionship forever, a human who has an extravagant hope of living a life with no worries, a human who pursues eternal life, what else can this be other than a lunatic?" Freedom Gu sighed, "Freedom of cognition is the greatest freedom. These delirious thoughts can strengthen me. Renzu, although you captured me, I will never work for you. Release me now." Renzu shook his head and grasped even tighter, "Freedom Gu, I will not let you go." Freedom Gu sneered, "Then prepare yourself, don't collapse from the pressure." The moment it finished speaking, responsibility Gu flew over, pressing on Renzu's shoulder. Heavy, so heavy, Renzu almost bent over from the pressure. Cognition Gu sighed, "Freedom and responsibility coexist, oh Renzu, you want to obtain freedom so you need to shoulder the responsibility. At least, you need to be responsible for yourself." Renzu clenched his teeth and persevered, sweat flowed down his body like a river, soon, he knelt down on the ground. He saw spider webs again. Fate Gu's spider silk wrapped around his whole body. Renzu was barely shouldering the heavy responsibility and had no strength to break free from the spider silk's bindings. Fate Gu's spider silk constricted tightly, forming blood wounds everywhere on Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition Gu explained, "Oh human, the more freedom you experience, the more you will feel the restriction around you." Freedom Gu laughed, "Just let me go, the longer you hold on to me, the more spider silk will bind you, the binding will become tighter and will even constrict you to death." Renzu shook his head, "No, I won't let go, oh freedom Gu, I must have you." Countless spider silk pierced into Renzu's flesh, Renzu held in pain and rolled on the ground but did not let go. "Ha ha ha," Renzu began laughing foolishly again, "I can sense a Gu far away. Just this feeling alone makes me happy and satisfied. Cognition Gu admitted frankly, that is natural. Whoever obtains freedom Gu will also be able to sense the location of happiness Gu. Ren Zhu continued to persevere, he cried in pain at times and laughed happily at other times. The spider silk constricted tightly, tearing into his bones and leaving deep marks on them, but Ren Zhu still did not loosen his hands. In the end, he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fate Gu's spider silk was no longer constricting him, responsibility Gu also did not exert heavy pressure, while cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, what about freedom Gu? Ren Zhu did not sense freedom Gu's existence, and in his moment of panic, he opened his hands. The moment a gap appeared, freedom Gu flew away and left Ren Zhu behind. Humans often did not understand freedom when they possessed it, only after losing it, they would come to a sudden realization. Ren Zhu was stunned when he saw freedom Gu flying away, he remembered the advice of the birds, leopards, and fish, he felt extremely regretful. He tore out his hair painfully and rolled on the ground. I am better off dead. Ren Zhu was overwhelmed with grief. I would rather lose love, I would rather lose my life, I don't want to lose freedom. Chapter 1955 Crucial person at the crucial time. In Heavenly Court's battlefield, be they enemies or allies, everyone's gazes were gathered at one place. Fang Yuan looked around him, he was surrounded by the three giant monsters. But the three giant monsters did not do anything to him, they were instead guarding him and looking at the surroundings with hostility, their affiliation could be seen with one glance. Reckless savage demon Venerable, Fang Yuan's expression was one of shock. Even if reckless savage demon Venerable's method is helping you, you will still be defeated. Duke Long shouted, his voice resounding throughout the surroundings. He swooped down from the air like a red meteor, his determination did not waver even in front of reckless savage demon Venerable's method, he was going to exterminate all demons, he would quell all opposition in the world. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long's palms aimed at Fang Yuan from afar and pushed. Rumble. With a loud sound, a giant Chi mountain pressed down towards Fang Yuan and the three monsters. Through triple Chi retraction, Duke Long had a massive amount of Chi Path Dao marks. Right now, all his Chi Path killer moves like Chi Breath Mountain had their power amplified by countless times. This Chi mountain was much larger than before, its composition was also extremely solid. Be it in quality or quantity, both had a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, whether it was Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan or others, they all revealed solemn expressions. Just this Chi Breath Mountain was difficult to resist, the best method was to dodge. But after Chi Breath Mountain, there was a monstrous expert like Duke Long who could block all escape routes. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and was about to move. But right at this moment, one of the three monsters transformed from the blood skins, the giant blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Boom! The whole Chi Breath Mountain shrank rapidly and was absorbed by some formless force into the blue leopard's belly. The immortals were given a great shock. Food path cultivator Zhao Shanhe's pupils shrank as he saw signs of food path from the blue leopard's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. This powerful Chi Breath Mountain was actually broken this directly. After the blue leopard swallowed the Chi Breath Mountain, its shriveled belly bulged by 10%. Its eyes glistened as it stared at Duke Long with a chilling gaze like it was looking at a luxurious dinner. Duke Long was utterly fearless, the three monsters might be unfathomable, but he still charged towards Fang Yuan. His speed even increased, bursting the air and producing sonic booms. Fang Yuan was fully prepared for combat when one of the three monsters, the green fish, moved. It only waved its tail slightly when it appeared before Duke Long all of a sudden. Its speed was so fast that it looked like instant teleportation, but it did not feel abrupt at all, everything happened smoothly and fluidly. Duke Long's field of vision had been wide a second ago, but now, his whole sight was filled with the enormous body of the fish monster. The fish monster slammed its head fiercely. Boom! The monster's head directly sent Duke Long flying with speed that was faster than earlier when he arrived. He possessed transformation path and Chi Path Dao marks, he was unprecedentedly strong. After using triple Chi retraction several times, he did not even need 9 dragons protection to guard against ordinary rank 8 attacks. But when he knocked into the fish monster's head, he felt like he had used his bare fist to strike a boulder. In an instant, all the bones in Duke Long's body shattered, his internal organs almost burst from the force, there were massive amounts of internal and external bleeding. Triple Chi retraction, Duke Long shouted, his sharply declining Chi surged immediately. Duke Long immediately activated Chi Path healing methods, and with shocking speed, his injuries recovered in a few breaths of time. But because he chose to heal himself, he let himself crash through all the way, directly crashing into the boundary of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was a shared grotto heaven, its limits were the aperture walls. Duke Long crashed into the aperture walls, the enormous force that still remained in his body poured into the aperture walls in the sky. The Immortals heard a loud collision, then they saw several cracks suddenly appearing in the sky behind Duke Long before quickly spreading like a spider web. The Immortals could not help but draw in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's attack was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long seemed to be unable to resist it. And the fish monster was only an arrangement left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had already existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such might. If so, how much strength did reckless savage demon Venerable, who left this method, have? Simply unimaginable. The Immortals recalled the evaluation about reckless savage demon Venerable. He was publicly recognized as the Venerable with the highest physical strength. And now they saw this sight. It was truly so. This is reckless savage demon Venerable's method. We have not lost yet, we can still fight. Lord Duke Long has returned, his injuries have recovered and his aura has become even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the fully repaired Fate GU, the heavenly fate sides with us. The three regions GU Immortals felt shocked and exulted at the unexpected reinforcements of three powerful beings, and their morale soared. Heavenly Court's Immortals similarly had a high morale, they had complete confidence in Fate GU and Duke Long. Duke Long once again swooped in and fought with the three monsters. But he learned his lesson this time and prioritized using Chi Path's long-range attacks, avoiding close combat. These three giant monsters' strength was truly horrifying, even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying so miserably again. His battle tactic was wise, the three giant monsters had terrifying strength but they had almost no methods. After exchanging a dozen or so moves, Duke Long got a clearer understanding of them. The six-legged yellow bird's speed was extremely fast and could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it was unable to fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp, even able to pierce through immortal GU houses. The green fish monster could float around with speed that was akin to teleportation of space path, it appeared extremely seamlessly and caught enemies off guard. It could recover from any attacks almost instantaneously. Its strongest aspect was this, a horrifying regeneration rate that was much stronger than Duke Long using his Chi Path healing methods. But it had a weakness, its attack was fierce but the tempo was slow, the frequency of attacks was also quite low. After attacking once, it would be still for a while before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could fly by stepping on air. Its strongest method was to devour all attacks. Not only this, it could even devour the heroes among people killer move from GU Immortals' bodies. This sight made Zhao Shanhe feel dazzled. His food path methods were far from being able to devour amplifications, this contained food path profundities that he did not possess. If he could comprehend this, his enlightenment of food path would definitely progress one step further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was also this almost innate devouring ability. Every time it devoured, its belly would bulge. After Duke Long and others intentionally fed it various attacks, the toothless blue leopard's belly had become round and full, it started having trouble moving. However, even though Heavenly Court's side had probed the three monsters' details, they still could not defend against them and were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The three monsters had flaws, their strengths and weaknesses were extremely conspicuous. But no one dared to block their brutish rampage. Adding in Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shen Kong Sheng, Song Chi Yuan, and the rest supporting from the side, as well as restraining and getting rid of Heavenly Court's various methods, Heavenly Court's side was in a passive situation. The three monsters' target was Heaven Overseeing Tower, they seemed to have an enormous hatred towards Fate GU. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to confront the three monsters' power, it could only retreat constantly. To defend Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long shouldered huge pressure and was heavily injured time and time again, retreating to heal his injuries before joining the battle again. His purple hair was swaying wildly, his eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was bathed in blood that dyed his scales completely. His fighting spirit kept on rising, it had not fallen once. Both sides fought around the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. The attacks went back and forth, it was highly intense. The battle kept on moving, wherever it went, the aftermath of the terrifying killer moves destroyed everything, creating countless ruins. The great Heavenly Court that was managed meticulously by GU Immortals was heavily damaged from this battle. Just as the three regions GU Immortals were firmly holding onto the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Fate Vanquish burst out again. Careful, Wu Yong shouted. The three regions GU Immortals were already on guard and reacted quickly. After the white light dissipated, explosions resounded in Heavenly Court battlefield once again as the battle resumed. But this time, Heavenly Court held the momentum. The three regions GU Immortals could only defend while repairing the Immortal GU houses and their own injuries. The three regions GU Immortals gradually found their footing. Compared to the first Fate Vanquish attack, their situation was much better. The reason was that they had three giant monsters to rely on. The giant monsters rampaged around the battlefield. Under their attacks, Heavenly Court GU Immortals were gradually dragged into a stalemate before being suppressed by the three regions GU Immortals again. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After this happened over and over again, the whole of Heavenly Court was filled with ruins. The three monsters' aura had clearly fallen. The GU Immortals' offense was also not as fierce as before. They were at a point where they had to consider the issue of immortal essence expenditure. Damn it, the situation is becoming increasingly bad. Wu Yong's face was solemn. The three monsters were weakening from the repeated devastation of Fate Vanquish. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable failed in his invasion of Heavenly Court. These three giant monsters are only arrangements left by him. They naturally won't be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sai Chuan's heart was turning cold. If the three regions GU Immortals failed to obtain a breakthrough when the three monsters were still active, they would definitely suffer a miserable and disastrous defeat after that. This was something extremely obvious. But Heavenly Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They moved continuously while avoiding the enemy's attacks, making the enemy expend more energy. Especially, when Fate Vanquish activated, the advantage the three regions GU Immortals obtained with difficulty turned into nothing. Everything went back to square one. And because they had Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was always a base camp around the front lines. The moment the Heavenly Court GU Immortals faced danger, they could hide inside, thus there were no casualties. Naturally, this was also because the offense had weakened as both sides were beginning to conserve immortal essence. Master, the situation does not look good. Even reckless savage demon Venerable's method cannot change the outcome. The current Heavenly Court has an intact Fate GU after all. Far away, Fairy Ziwei was analyzing coolly. Spectral Soul had already recovered his human form, but his body was translucent. He held his hands behind his back as he observed the battlefield before glancing at the faraway Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two Venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was already filled with chess pieces, but the mysterious thing was whenever the Venerable silhouette put down a piece, there would always be another free spot. However, compared to before, the frequency of the two Venerables placing the chess pieces had reduced by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard before glancing towards Spectral Soul's direction. "Are you okay with this?" Spectral Soul stole a portion of the results of our game. Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless, Silhouette laughed. Since he could get free and even steal our results, this is his own capability. These gains will help him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach the realm that we were unable to reach. Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. You are truly a pure Tao pursuer. Unfortunately, heaven and earth is a cage that stopped me from pursuing my Tao. Limitless, Silhouette said, which is why I want to pursue freedom. Star Constellation's silhouette immediately refuted. Your freedom, however, will break this cage. And we both know what kind of scenery exists outside this cage. Limitless, Silhouette shook his head. Our positions are different, saying anything else is of no benefit. His silhouette was becoming increasingly illusory right now, only his eyes were still bright and letting out sharp lights. Limitless, Silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard for a long while, but he did not place the piece. This match had already reached the most crucial point. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was greatly disadvantaged. His pieces were surrounded from every direction by Star Constellation's Silhouette's chess pieces. She had an obvious superiority. Even though it was because of Heavenly Court's accumulations, it was enough for Limitless Silhouette to see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellation's will was resisting Heaven's will on one hand, while also making arrangements throughout the 5 regions. She thought of countless aspects. Her plans spanned across the past and present, throughout the universe. Forget about the arrangements that made 3 Venerables' invasions fail. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul had regained freedom but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was probably Star Constellation's ploy. Even Fairy Ziwei was in the dark, which was not likely to happen with just Duke Long's scheming ability. Indeed, Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only wisdom path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette had not lost yet. His main chess pieces were all gathered together, the opponent could hardly defeat them. A forceful attack would definitely result in heavy losses, and it would also give the initiative to Limitless Silhouette instead. But for Limitless Silhouette to counterattack and break through by himself, he was still lacking some strength. The whole encirclement was a dense congregation of the plans of star constellation Silhouette. If Limitless Silhouette attacked rashly, he would fall into a trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend while waiting for reinforcement. This game between two venerables that had started in the olden antiquity era and continued for 1,000,000 years, it had finally welcomed the most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette still had reinforcements. He had waited for 1,000,000 years for this aid, both sides were aware of it. Now, we have to see the quality of our pieces. Star constellation Silhouette swept her gaze through the battlefield. When it stopped at Fang Yuan's body, her gaze revealed complicated expressions. Limitless Silhouette was similarly looking in the same direction, mumbling, "Oh Fang Yuan, you have been like this since the start. How long are you planning to conceal your abilities?" Chapter 1956 A Man Must Be Cool. Fang Yuan had all along been fighting on the front lines. On one hand, he had been fighting with Duke Long and the rest, on the other hand, he kept on maintaining a cold and indifferent expression while pondering about the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method activated, he had an extra voice resounding in his ears. "Have a good look, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you were transformed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the insights I gained after reading Pursuing Freedom, in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003EU003E, they were all created to pursue freedom. First move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, it uses attitude GU as the core. Have you ever envied birds and wanted to fly freely in the sky? However, we humans are restricted since birth, we don't have wings, why even talk about flying? But an even crueler situation is like the wingless birds, they already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying but they lost their wings. No matter who you are, where you are, you will face all sorts of limitations. If we are unable to change, unable to break away from all these, we will be like wingless birds, pursuing freedom but unable to catch it. What should we do then? This is the core concept of this move, remember it, Junior. Even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom, we still have a kind of freedom, we can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. Second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, it uses mutation GU as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing either. It can make you better and can also make you worse, just like the effect of mutation GU. The fierce beast lacks teeth, but does that mean it can't live on? If it does not have the freedom to bite, what's the harm in devouring the food? Maybe it can even train your digestive system to become stronger. Third move, Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, it uses adaptation GU as the core. Compared to it, how ugly does the world seem? We are assaulted by cruel facts, we are tormented by pain and hopelessness. When we are walking our respective paths, we will be covered in bruises sometimes, even being exposed with nowhere to escape. Humans change, the world is also going through countless changes. If we cannot keep up with the changes of time, we will be left behind by the whole world. Therefore, adaptation is key. If you don't have gills, use your mouth to breathe. If you don't even have a mouth, then create a self-circulating internal respiratory system. Even if that means you have to walk slowly, even if you become nothing like a human in the end. The voice was powerful and forceful as it explained the origins and details of the 3 monsters. These monsters were transformed from 3 transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, this voice had peculiarly accompanied Fang Yuan, but no one else could detect it. Is this Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's voice? Just as Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice changed. From the stable and serious voice to a lively and flippant tone. "Hey, you have already spoken so much, it's my turn, it's my turn. Haha. Kid, no matter who you are definitely an otherworldly demon. Because only an otherworldly demon has hope of destroying Fate GU. So, when I left behind this true inheritance back then, I made it so that only an otherworldly demon can inherit it. But besides this, you still need to possess at least one of 3 GU worms, Attitude GU, Mutation GU, and Adaptation GU. These 3 GU worms correspond to 3 killer moves that can trigger my killer moves. When you arrive in the sky above embroidered tower, you can summon the giant monsters transformed by the killer moves and they shall be your strongest helping hand. Use them however you please, kill or loot if you like, or help people if you wish to. Of course, the best use would be to destroy Fate GU because seeing it really annoys me. Ha ha ha. Of course, if you can trigger all 3 moves, then you can merge them into one move. This is a super powerful killer move that I created with great effort. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form to possess all the advantages of the 3 moves, moreover, there is no weakness in any aspect. That means, you will be like the wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and shooting out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful regeneration ability. You will be like the toothless beast as well, devouring everything and storing them into your stomach. Are you stupefied? Isn't it super amazing? Ha ha ha, come, bow before me. The flippant male voice spoke until here, when it seemed like it was kicked out and was replaced by the previous solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It has 3 cores, attitude, mutation, and adaptation. It has numerous steps and is highly complicated. Although you can use the 3 monsters to merge them into one, which is much easier than you using them independently, I still ask you to not attempt it lightly. Because this move's effect works on your body, if it fails, you will be heavily injured at best, or even die in severe cases. Bear this in mind, bear this in mind. The heavy and solemn voice spoke earnestly, but soon, the previous flippant voice replaced it. Please, what you said is not important at all. Kid, let me tell you the important point. Once you activate this move successfully, you will have the strength to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. The 3 monsters, methods will become your innate abilities. You will become a human-shaped beast that can battle through heaven and earth, rampaging around all over the world unhindered. You will immediately possess quasi-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet an old venerable like me, you will still kneel in the end. But these are not the most important points. There is one most crucial point, you must remember it. Fang Yuan could not help but concentrate as he heard this. He then heard that flippant and lively voice continue. The most important part of the most important thing is once you activate this move, the 3 monsters will combine into a bloody cape and will hang on your back. This cape is truly super cool. Junior, you must try it, it is really too stunning, you absolutely won't regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Following the voice, all kinds of information flowed in his mind, allowing him to understand all the contents of the 3 killer moves clearly. Different from what the voice described, these 3 killer moves and the combination move were not complex at all and their steps were also not numerous. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable lived in the olden antiquity era after all. GU cultivation styles were not overwhelming and were crude back then, unlike the present age's delicate complexity. It was not difficult to master these killer moves, especially for Fang Yuan who possessed deep wisdom path attainment. So, I should combine it like this. Fang Yuan's thoughts finished as he suddenly retreated and activated a killer move. In an instant, the 3 monsters that were fighting at the front lines turned into 3 light rays, yellow, blue, green, and entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a strange change caught both sides unprepared. The 3 lights covered Fang Yuan, emitting a majestic aura that spread in all directions and repelled all beings and objects. The 3 lights merged quickly and turned blood red. The blood-red light suddenly condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a large blood-red cape. The cape fluttered with the wind like a war banner, the fluttering sounds echoed in every person's ears. What change occurred again? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited Reckless Savage true inheritance. Both allies and enemies were shocked once again. Looking at this familiar cape, inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation's silhouette recalled past memories. 1,000,000 years ago, a man charged into heavenly court. He walked step by step, the ordinary steps, however, shook the land and sky of heavenly court. He was clothed in beast skin, his body was extremely robust with muscles bursting out. Tattoos covered all the skin on his body, portraying countless beasts and plants of all shapes and sizes. Some were vicious beasts, some were smart and exquisite life forms. The aura he released was as lofty as mountains and as vast as oceans. The heavenly court immortals only took one look at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He was wearing a cape. This beast skin cape was extremely wide and was sewn using human skins. It suited a large physique like Reckless Savage Demon Venerables. If this were an ordinary person, a large portion of the cape would be dragging on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel their skin and sew onto the beast skin cape. This was the custom of the beastman race, but Reckless Savage had learned and imitated it in his youth, before he became a Venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through Heavenly Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will manifested. Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy fate GU. Your strength originates from your fate. It is like how you cannot lift yourself up without relying on other methods. Of course I know this. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable laughed. Then what did you come for? To fight. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said it as a matter of fact with a flippant voice. Star constellations will. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. After becoming venerable and being invincible in the world, I felt an intense loneliness. No one could fight with me. I have killed almost all those variant human rank 8s, the old and weak ones that are still alive have all hidden themselves. I also don't have the interest to find them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Heavenly Court is somewhat interesting. To protect Fate GU, you guys must have left behind many methods. Even Limitless was stopped by you back then. Come, use all your methods, let us have a match. Star Constellations Will was silent for a long while before entering Embroidered Tower. This immortal GU house in front of you is one of the methods my main body left behind. Roar. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes brightened. If so, I am attacking. The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling unsatisfied. What is this? After just 2 or 3 moves, your embroidered tower is almost on the verge of collapse. But the start was pretty good. Relax, I won't destroy your tower, we are all humans after all. Also, I will leave behind these 3 bloody skins. This is my inheritance. No matter who, even if it is someone from your heavenly court, if they can inherit my inheritance, then it shall belong to them. Treat it as a memento of my visit to heavenly court. Don't dismantle it, hee hee hee. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance, will they be shaken by my grand strength, or be bowled over by my incredible thinking? Haha, it naturally is best for this junior to destroy Fate GU. If they can't do this, I will truly be displeased. Star Constellations Will was silent for a long while before speaking. So your intention is to destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. That goes without saying. I have left my bloody skins here. If you have the skill, then destroy them. But I will leave you some kind advice. These 3 bloody skins are already connected with Heavenly Court's Tao marks. If you attack them recklessly, it will be the most direct attack towards Heavenly Court. Unless there is someone who has transformation path attainment rivaling mine, no one will be able to safely dismantle it. Star Constellations Will spoke. There is a better way for you to destroy Fate GU. Be an immortal venerable, become the Lord of Heavenly Court and be in contact with Fate GU all the time. I think with your wisdom, you will definitely think of a way to destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable directly shook his head without even thinking. I don't want to. Star Constellations Will frowned. Why? Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds much cooler than Immortal Venerable. Star Constellations Will. It was strange, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason, it actually gave off a feeling of being a natural fact. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself before waving his arms. Take a good look. Look at my thighs, they are so sturdy. Look at my arms, they are so muscular and well defined. This is beauty, this is coolness. And this cape, it is so bloody, it is also created from human skins, how domineering is it? Star Constellations Will was unable to think properly for a moment, it could only respond after a good while. So, you created this cape not for payback and revenge against variant humans. Of course, there is the secondary reason, but the important thing is still its coolness. Star Constellations Will. Oh, right, these 3 bloody skins can combine into one move and its form is a bloody cape. It is quite similar to the one I use now. If there is a junior who wears it in the future, they will definitely be extremely cool beyond belief. Men. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his arms and bent his elbows, showing his bulging muscles and praising himself. Must be this cool. Chapter 1957 Final Showdown. Because of the change in Fang Yuan's body, the fight in the battlefield had paused temporarily. Duke Long was the first to react. Immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's condition was unknown, the 3 monsters actually transformed into a blood-soaked cape that hung on his back. Duke Long did not dare to be overconfident, he still had apprehension from the attacks of the 3 monsters, so he used a long-range attack, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, to probe. Dragon fangs, sharp as blades, danced in the air. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he wanted to test his current defensive strength. Chink chink chink, dragon fangs slashed his body, producing a series of sparks. After wearing the bloody cape, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had increased to an outrageous level. Duke Long's pupils shrank at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already much higher than his. There were at least white marks left behind on Duke Long's dragon scales if he let the dragon fangs strike him. But there was no damage to Fang Yuan, not even a trace of marks or wounds could be seen. The defensive strength is so astonishing, other aspects should also be similar. Looking at how Fang Yuan dealt with the Dragon Fang killer move, the Immortals had such thoughts. Heavenly Court's side was very wary, while the three regions GU Immortals looked at Fang Yuan with eager anticipation. These GU Immortals did not know that Fang Yuan's ears were ringing with criticism at this moment. Kid, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance. Damn it, you look really ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's, your arms and legs are so thin. How can your skin be so white and smooth? Where is your toughness as a man? Heavens, my inheritance is wasted in your hands. Fang Yuan. During the process of combining the three monsters into incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to transfer his own will. However, after the bloody cape formed, Fang Yuan's will transformed into Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's image, turning into Reckless Savage's will. This method was truly inconceivable. This showed that Reckless Savage might be a transformation path GU Immortal, but he also had an astonishing attainment in Wisdom path. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the will transformation were the three monsters. As far as he was concerned, the so-called Reckless Savage's will possessed no harm to him but had many benefits instead. Reckless Savage's will could attend to the bloody cape and help maintain the killer move. He could even quicken Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning behind incomplete freedom transformation. Kid, make a move quickly. After so many years, there is not much left of the strength left behind by my main body. Quick, quick, charge, destroy Fate GU. Reckless Savage's will laughed loudly as he clamored in impatience. You talk too much, can you shut up? Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Reckless Savage's will was stunned, he placed his hands on his cheeks and shouted in disbelief, I was scorned upon. I, the great Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, was actually scorned by a junior. And by such an ugly guy at that. Reckless Savage's will kept on mumbling. Who could have expected the domineering Reckless Savage Demon Venerable to be such a chatterbox? Even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could sense that although incomplete freedom transformation was terrifyingly powerful, it consumed the foundation of the three monsters very quickly. This move had a time limit. Since that is the case, Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower wickedly. At that instant, every Heavenly Court GU Immortal controlling Heaven Overseeing Tower felt a chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady, steady. Heavenly Court's side was tense, their nerves stretched to the limits. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked. His figure crossed the sky like a bloody ray, he was directly charging towards the area with the most enemies, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's speed was so astonishing that even Duke Long, who was already fully prepared, felt a great shock. Fang Yuan, stop! Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. He, it is finally getting interesting. On the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed loudly and commanded, Old Man Zheng Yuan, start, activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting sight. Yes, Master. Old Man Zheng Yuan was a key that held the authority to activate Heavenly Court's venerable human path methods. And this move, everybody's vision, was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its unique power had been shown in Fang Yuan's previous life. It used people's united hearts as the foundation and could let Central Continent's mortals, GU Masters, and GU Immortals share their vision. As such, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals could observe all the enemy activities in Central Continent and could even stimulate the hatred of Central Continent's people, gathering even more human will. The more human will they accumulated, the more power the other human path killer moves like heroes among people would possess. In such a feedback loop, their strength would keep on growing stronger. This was the style that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer moves had. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. In an instant, Central Continent was in an uproar, the 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes have a problem. Mortals were shocked. It is the scene in Heavenly Court. What kind of method is this? It can allow everyone to witness the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the GU Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's people enjoyed the effects of everybody's vision, but in this life, because of Shen Sheng's interference, human wills of the 5 regions were gathered together. Because of this, everybody's vision allowed everyone in the 5 regions to observe the battle in Heavenly Court. The first scene the 5 regions mortals saw was Fang Yuan fighting his way to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who was that person? Even ordinary mortals felt intense suffocation when they saw Fang Yuan's overbearing aura. Fang Yuan, you won't succeed. At the crucial moment, Ji Yu Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board to defend in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the rank 8 Immortal Ji Yu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Ji Yu immortals who saw this scene, no matter which region they belonged to, cried out in shock. Fang Yuan is not stopping, he is charging right into Demon Judgment Board. Has he gone crazy? This is a rank 8 Immortal Ji Yu house. However, at the next moment, the mouths of the 5 regions Ji Yu immortals opened wide in shock. Fang Yuan directly collided into Demon Judgment Board. The enormous collision force sent Demon Judgment Board flying, even though Ji Yu Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling were already controlling the Immortal Ji Yu house with all their strength. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted as he punched with great force. A huge dent appeared on Demon Judgment Board, countless fragments scattered and turned into Ji Yu worm corpses. Ji Yu Fang Zheng coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell on the ground with a horrified expression on his face. Fang Yuan's punch had almost pierced Demon Judgment Board. After Demon Judgment Board was knocked down, Fang Yuan stomped it fiercely, an enormous and irresistible force pressed down on Demon Judgment Board like a mountain and it rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped, his speed increasing as he continued charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. But the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, he shouted wildly, his voice shaking the skies. Fang Yuan turned around, his bloody cape swung and he started punching, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had come prepared with a killer move, his palm pressed, it was Chi Breath Mountain. His left hand then formed into a claw shape as he activated Immortal Killer Move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into fist and activated Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat his fangs, they turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs which moved around his body. The dragon images of 9 dragons' protection on his body floated out on their own initiative. Bam 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 bam, Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, exchanging blows with each fist hitting raw flesh. On one side was an inheritor of various venerables, an otherworldly demon, on the other side was a Tao guardian, master of an immortal venerable. Their fight had broken the record of intensity in this battle so far. Just the aftermath of their moves resulted in wild winds that pushed away all the people and objects. The terrifying collisions could directly destroy Immortal Ji Yu houses. Even rank 8 Immortal Ji Yu houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped fighting. Those rank 8 Immortal Ji Yu houses even retreated far away. Are these 2 monsters? What kind of terrifying fight is this? The 5 regions Ji Yu immortals saw this scene through everybody's vision, they gulped as their hearts pounded wildly. In the absence of a venerable, Fang Yuan and Duke Long's fight could be considered to be at the peak level of the current world. Mortals gradually began to realize something. This is incredible, we are looking at immortals. This world really has immortals. Fights of immortals really are too terrifying. Look quickly, even the heavens seem to have been broken by them. Mortals exclaimed in shock, the scene had far surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop, both sides were in a deadlock. Duke Long could not receive amplification from heroes among people, but he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song's help, as well as triple chi retraction. This method was an arrangement left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was only a key to activating it. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan and Duke Long's battle. Since it has already reached this stage, then let me push it further. Zheng Yuan, release all the human wills. Old man Zheng Yuan was dazed, weren't the human wills already released completely, were there any remaining? If there were, wouldn't old man Zheng Yuan have used them before? However, Spectral Soul pointed towards a direction, old man Zheng Yuan astonishingly discovered there truly was a portion of human will stored in a corner of Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Heavenly Court was actually clearer than old man Zheng Yuan himself. How many secrets of Heavenly Court does he grasp? Also, why would the past venerables retain a portion of the human will so secretly? Old man Zheng Yuan was filled with questions. You don't need to guess, just release them. What happens next will give you your answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Zheng Yuan had already submitted to Spectral Soul completely, He immediately nodded and activated his methods with no hesitation. The human wills were released completely. At the next moment, the power of heroes among people soared. Chapter 1958 Complete Human Will. The moment the human wills were released, both sides GU Immortals seemed to hear whispers of countless people. You must grow up healthily, my children. Lovers being able to be married is truly a great thing. May peace last for generations and generations. I'd rather be a dog living in peace than a person living in chaotic times. Kill these lawless people, place judgment upon these atrocious evildoers. The righteous path will definitely be victorious. I believe that fairness and justice might come late sometimes, but they will never be absent. You must win, Heavenly Court. I can't do anything, but I can pray for you. The morale of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals soared, but soon, doubts surfaced on their faces. Their enemies similarly received amplifications. Moreover, it seemed like the three regions GU Immortals received a slightly stronger amplification than them. Kill those righteous path hypocrites. Destroy Heavenly Court. It sits in an ivory tower, who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited. Although I respect Heavenly Court's spirit, I will never be able to achieve it. I am a Central Continent GU Immortal. I admit my selfishness, I am only an ordinary GU cultivator. However, Central Continent's resources are plundered and occupied by the 10 great ancient sects in Heavenly Court. Join Heavenly Court? That is too difficult. They even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I be willing to do that? Bring down Heavenly Court. The more losses Heavenly Court suffers, the less the pressure on our 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. Heavenly Court has occupied the throne of the number 1 force for far too long. If it is overthrown, this will be interesting. Both sides fought once again. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were astonished to discover that heroes among people's effect on the enemies was indeed stronger than themselves. Why, heroes among people is clearly our Heavenly Court's method. Why was heroes among people helping the enemies more? The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were bewildered as they began to fall into a disadvantage. Wu Yong led his alliance once again. He was the first to charge out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and began to valiantly pave a way through battle. At this moment, he fully displayed the prestige and courage of Southern Border's Wu clan. His face was solemn and his eyes flickered with cold lights. The determination to destroy Fate GU had always been so intense and overwhelming. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Dushu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he felt pain, he found there was a feeling of release and delight in the depths of his heart. Does this mean I am not filial? Wu Yong questioned himself and slowly understood his true feelings. No, it is not so. I am full of filial piety and respect towards my mother. But she was truly too strong. I could only choose to curl up and hide under her shadow. Now that she is gone, I finally have space to stretch myself. Returning to the present, Wu Yong's determination was firm and his gaze was cold. He revealed the heated emotions inside his heart. Therefore, be destroyed, Fate GU. I will mourn for you just like I mourned for my mother. Only with you gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to chase after my ambition. On the other side, Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Sai Chuan had never felt such power. Blood flowed wildly inside his body. You still don't realize it, Qin Ding Ling. Despite the fact that you were the person sleeping beside Lord Giant Sun. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why could he create Luck Path? From a certain perspective, this is the wish of countless beings for Luck Path to appear. When your life is fixed, when every encounter you have is already determined, is there still any meaning in living? What difference is this from puppets or mindless zombies? This is not my speculation. Lord Giant Sun said this to me personally. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I am still staking my life to fight. I am an old man who is willing to fight for such an aspiration. Immortal killer move, Grand Collision. Shen Kongsheng actually took the initiative to attack Feng Juzhe. Under Shen Kongsheng's attacks, Feng Juzhe had to retreat constantly, but he kept on maintaining Destiny Song, prioritizing on supporting his allies. Shen Kongsheng roared, Feng Juzhe. We are both Sound Path GU Immortals, even if you can't see it, can't you hear it? Listen, these are the innermost voices of almost all the world's people. They don't want to be shackled anymore, they thirst for freedom, even if this freedom is beyond impractical. Sometimes, people are like lunatics, they have foolish thoughts. I will be honest with you. Shen Kongsheng actually cried tears of deep emotions. I have never felt such feelings. It is as if there are countless people standing behind me, cheering and encouraging me. Perhaps this is how Heavenly Court's GU Immortals felt when they fought for humanity back then. It was really the right decision for me to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat continued, moves after moves were exchanged as Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought head-on. After the stalemate lasted for a while, Duke Long began to fall into a disadvantaged position. Despite Duke Long gritting his teeth and wanting to endure, it was to no avail. Right now, he started to feel a sense of weakness and helplessness despite his overwhelming determination. Among all the people present, heroes among people's amplification on Fang Yuan was actually the strongest. Why, you are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world, you are an atrocious demon who commits countless sins. Why would you receive the greatest help from the human wills? Duke Long roared in shock and fury. Do you still not understand it? Duke Long, the current era is no longer the same, the hearts of the people have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humanity sought for survival space. Thus, the three demon venerables held back when they invaded Heavenly Court. And now, it has already been over 1,000,000 years since the olden antiquity era has ended. Your Heavenly Court is unable to represent the will of all the humans in the world by now. Fang Yuan's words were very vicious, they seemed to be sharper than dragon fangs as they pierced into Duke Long's inner heart. Fang Yuan used more than just his fists, every joint of his body turned into weapons as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed by him, spiraling dragon fangs were broken, Duke Long's dragon claw strike and chaotic dragon fist were suppressed again and again by Fang Yuan. Bam 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 bam, Fang Yuan's every attack produced sonic booms. The blood cape let out a dark red radiance that covered Fang Yuan's whole body, empowering his strength in all aspects to a terrifying degree. Duke Long's fingers were snapped by Fang Yuan, his fist fractured as he struck Fang Yuan's fist directly. The 9 dragon tattoos were howling in misery. They were already destroyed to a huge degree by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago, there was a couple. The male was called 2G, the female was Ruo Li. 2G was a rockman and Ruo Li was a human immortal. I cultivate rule path, I have to believe in the rules of this world. All things have their own ordained path of which is fate. I believe I was able to meet you because I followed my fate, falling in love with you is the kindness of fate towards me. 2G replied. Ruo Li said. What if I told you fate decreed that I would die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? What? 2G was shocked. Ruo Li, how many times have you checked this prophecy? Ruo Li gave a bitter smile. Only once is enough, but I checked it many times indeed, every result was the same. Do you know why a wisdom path GU Immortal's prophecy is so accurate? That is because fate is always fixed. I will die at reckless savage's hands, that is my fate. 2G was silent for a long while before he said with an almost decisive tone, then I do not believe in fate. On what basis must she die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? On what basis must my lover not live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement, then, I won't accept it. Duke Long was beaten back again and again by Fang Yuan. First, blood flowed out of his mouth, then all of his 7 orifices started bleeding, this was because Fang Yuan's punches had landed on his body and caused internal bleeding of his organs. Great, this feels really refreshing, reckless savages will shouted from inside the cape, waving his hands in excitement, kid, although you look ugly, your style resembles me. I have to say, my opinion of you has changed. But I wonder why I feel that there is something lacking. Reckless savages will thought for a while before clapping, I know. You should roar in excitement, shout happily, this is the excitement of a man during battles. However, Fang Yuan's face was cold as ice, his eyes were dark as the abyss with no trace of needless emotions. As far as he was concerned, he was using this style of fighting to maximize the advantage of incomplete freedom transformation, there was nothing else to it. With the powerful strength of the 3 monsters, Duke Long was already in a huge disadvantage when fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan maintained the attitude of attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, which forced Duke Long to fight him in close combat. Duke Long's situation became increasingly grim, he was clearly defending more and attacking less. He howled, he roared, but he was still forced back over and over again by Fang Yuan. In southern border, there was a GU immortal called Dao Zhu. He is Dao Zhu. Is he stupid? In order to research the pointless secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on that marriage. He is a lunatic, I've often seen him heading to the regional walls for his research, he often ends up injured and in a sorry state. He sacrificed almost everything to research the 5 regions' regional walls, he endured countless people's ridicule and even had to resist the secret oppression of many people. The most fatal blow to him was the biggest joke that fate played on him. Not long in the future, the 5 regions' regional walls would disappear completely. Even if Dao Ju's research made progress, it seemed to lose its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, and I, Dao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it, so what? I will still continue researching. Even if I fail in the end and obtain nothing, even if my life becomes a complete failure. I will never resign myself to fate. Even if I understand there is a wall called fate in front of me, I will charge into it. Even if I die from the collision, I will die with a smile and my head held high. On what basis must I accept my fate? Who gives a crap? That is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. Chapter 1959. People's hearts have changed. Quick, reinforce Duke Long. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals moved, they did not dare to continue watching. Duke Long and Feng Zhuzhe were 2 pillars of Heavenly Court. Once Duke Long was defeated, the whole situation would again turn precarious. Boom! Fang Yuan suddenly kicked Duke Long's hand. Duke Long's defense was wide open. Fang Yuan used the chance to approach closer and grabbed Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Then, he raised his right fist and punched. Punches after punches landed on Duke Long's face and chest like cannonball strikes. Duke Long was unable to free himself, he could only shout in desperation, triple chi retraction. Chi surged once again and gathered in Duke Long's body, Duke Long's condition strengthened by 3 times. Bam bam bam, Fang Yuan continued to rain punches on Duke Long. He kept on punching. Over 1,000,000 years ago, when Genesis Lotus became a Venerable, he wandered the world disguised as a mortal. One day, he arrived at a poor oasis village in western desert. There, he helped the villagers solve some issues using a GU master identity. He was welcomed warmly by the young and old in the village. A child was the most excited, even revering Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable to the point of prostrating himself. Because he saw new hope in his life. Lord GU Master, Lord GU Master. I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground and grabbed the hem of Genesis Lotus's cloth as he looked up towards Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. His pure eyes were filled with tears and pleading. Speak, child, don't kneel. I will definitely help you if I can. Genesis Lotus lifted the child warmly. The child revealed a joyous expression. It would be really great if you can help. Please resurrect my mother, she is my most important person and also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned us long ago. I could grow up all because she worked hard to raise me. But my mother died a few days ago, she died from exhaustion and illness. Even on her deathbed, she used her trembling hands to put the last half remaining biscuit in my hands, she saved it for me. I cannot be without my mother. I cannot be without my mother. I beg you, Lord GU Master. You could dig such a deep well and precisely find a water source. You can definitely resurrect my mother, right? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was innocent, he did not know resurrecting the dead was far more difficult than digging a well. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the current Venerable, the things that were impossible for others were possible for him. But he could not, he was an Immortal Venerable, he was Heavenly Court's Immortal Venerable. Thereupon, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head and sighed, this is not possible. No matter who it is, they will experience life and death. Your mother's death is just her reaching her final destination, isn't it a kind of release? Cheer up and live on bravely and happily, I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like that. No, I don't want to. The child shook his head rapidly, I want my mother to revive. Genesis Lotus shook his head and sighed again, I cannot resurrect your mother. Why, you can clearly do it. The child opened his eyes, looking at Genesis Lotus with fury. Genesis Lotus shook his head, not speaking anymore. The child pointed at Genesis Lotus and shouted, I hate you, GU Master. You can clearly resurrect my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold-blooded, you are really cruel. Is it because she is not your mother? If it were your mother, would you refuse so indifferently? Genesis Lotus sank into silence, he put himself in the child's place and thought, then came to a conclusion as he said with extreme sincerity, yes, I will still do this. Everyone needs to accept death, no matter who they are. Because I know, this is all fate's arrangements. To hell with your fate. The child roared. Do I care about your damned fate? I need my mother, I want my mother back. The child was quickly stopped by the nearby villagers, the villagers repeatedly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his head, expressing he did not mind it. He looked at the villagers stopping the madly struggling child when he suddenly went into a daze and his body shuddered. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why he felt a vague unease when he traveled around the world. Human hearts have changed, their greed is insatiable. When humans became the rulers of the world, their desire was no longer about resisting the rule and suppression of variant humans, they had become increasingly insane and delusional. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him dazedly as he came to a realization, weren't the humans of the present age like the child in front of him? He was struggling wildly under the shackles of fate for an impractical wish. But was it truly impractical? Was resurrecting a dead person impossible? Genesis Lotus was aware that this was possible. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. However, does not being allowed mean that there won't be anyone doing it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt loss and hesitation, a deep helplessness shrouded him. Even though he was a rank 9 Venerable, the #1 person in his era. He could stop the people from doing this with all his strength, but what about after his death? Even if he used all his strength and energy in this life, and no one attempted to revive the dead, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people from having such thoughts? The most terrifying thing were these types of thoughts. How could he stop everyone's wishful thinking? He could not stop the desires that emerged in people's hearts. Duke Long was beaten to a pulp by Fang Yuan. At the start, he counterattacked with all his strength, but Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's counterattacks head-on with an unchanging expression. Duke Long's appearance was completely different now, his chest had caved in, his scales were scattered everywhere, and his aura had fallen sharply. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again, his aura rose and his injuries recovered immediately. Bam bam bam, Fang Yuan still rained punches on Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his features when his face was messed up by Fang Yuan once again. Soon, his bones fractured and blood flowed out from everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat, he defended with all his strength while shouting, triple chi retraction. His condition recovered once again. Reckless savages will cheered from the cape, beat him, beat him. Beat him hard, squeeze him dry. I want to see how much accumulation Heavenly Court has to be able to let him expend it like this. Ha ha ha. But Fang Yuan was calm all along, calculating the remaining strength of the 3 monsters' combination. His strength was weakening constantly. Back when the 3 monsters had first appeared, the green fish was able to destroy all the bones in Duke Long's body with just one headbutt. But after many fierce battles and being struck by fate vanquished several times, the 3 monsters did not have much strength remaining. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation and combined the strength of the 3 monsters, but all aspects of strength like defense, movement, and healing were being expended intensely. Comparing accumulation, it truly could not match Heavenly Court. Endless fist shadows converged. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his fist and struck with all his strength. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Fang Yuan's right fist lodged into Duke Long's face. The horrifying strength burst forth. Duke Long instantly lost consciousness and crossed the sky in a blink of an eye like a meteor before crashing heavily on the ground. He continued to fall deeper, his strong body pierced into Heavenly Court's ground and created an unprecedentedly deep crater. Duke Long was lying in the depths of the crater without moving. But triple chi retraction was activated once again, another round of endless chi converged into him. Fang Yuan snorted and loosened his hand, a large handful of purple hair scattered with the wind, they were ripped out when he punched Duke Long. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly, triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long, it was essentially a method left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Even if Duke Long lost his consciousness for the moment, triple chi retraction still continued to support Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength remaining. If this killer move was stopped midway, he could not use reckless savage demon Venerable's strength to activate it again. Next time he used it, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long had stopped temporarily. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been continuing to move, but because of the interference from the 3 regions GU Immortals, it was not able to go too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him, stop him. Stop Fang Yuan, no matter the cost, we must stop him. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals charged towards Fang Yuan like moths flying towards fire. Yi Chaozi blocked the path. Fang Yuan's punch pierced through his wooden armor and killed him. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kicked, directly bursting his body. Vortex Space Boy screamed as he appeared behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed the tiny head with his fingers, he then clenched his fingers into a fist, forcibly turning Vortex Space Boy's head into a mush of blood and brain matter. Ha ha ha, this is the way. Kill them, rip them to shreds. Then, charge through the entire way. Inside the bloody cape, reckless savages will laugh loudly while waving his hands as he cheered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew once again, trying to stop Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared above him. Dragon Palace. The former lord of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's life seemed to be filled with tragedies. Dragonman extermination was like an executioner's blade that was always hanging above his and the Dragonman race's head. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragonman extermination, he had to use rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragonman body. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragonman GU Immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragonman GU Immortals had gathered together. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragonmen. Almost all these people will die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object. Immediately, someone stood out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai who was on his throne as he scolded, "You scoundrel, you are insane. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragonman reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal GU, you actually used your most beloved wife as the GU material. Now, to deal with Dragonman extermination, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragonmen and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? Hee, no, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and sad. You wanted to give your wife happiness, and in the end, you sacrifice her to refine a GU. Hee. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end, you killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future, you gave him hope. But in the end you killed him. And now, what future is there? Hee, ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally. His tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, and in the end, the Dragonman race is about to be wiped out. We are going to be extinct. It was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragonman race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragonman race besides our ancestor, but what you gave us was not glory or hope, it was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are a real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this time, a Dragonman GU Immortal slowly walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Wu Shuai. He then turned to face the crowd. This Dragonman GU Immortal said in a deep voice, "I support Lord Wu Shuai." 7th young master was astonished. Third uncle, you. A second Dragonman GU Immortal walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Wu Shuai and faced the Dragonman GU Immortals. This Dragonman GU Immortal said in a loud voice, "I agree greatly with Lord Wu Shuai's plan." 7th young master was shocked. 5th uncle. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th person all the Dragonman GU Immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, 7th young master was left all alone. He shouted in disbelief, "Have you all gone insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. He, to become a lunatic like Ren Zhu, I have no objections. Little 7th, do you still not understand? How big of a tragedy is it for our lives and deaths to be in the hands of others? Even if this person is our ancestor, our progenitor, he cannot do this." Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his dragon throne, his face was covered in tears. "Everyone I, Wu Shuai, hereby swear." Wu Shuai's voice was extremely hoarse. "I will stand with the Dragonman race regardless of survival or extermination. I will contribute my heart, my blood, and all the spirit and determination that I have. Even if I were to fail in the end, I will fight to the final moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and determination will be inherited by others. Even if my spirit and determination are no longer in existence, even if only my name is left, I will continue to fight, I will never stop resisting." Chapter 1960 Destroying Fate. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace was barely able to ward off Duke Long. "Get lost. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with Dragon Claw strike. Duke Long's field of vision became broad again, but he was not happy at all because Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not only him, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shen Kong Sheng, and others had also moved in like a fierce tide. This wave of offense was terrifying. Duke Long was already unable to block them in time and looked at this sight with overwhelming anger. Right now, at this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid this danger. Because Fang Yuan possessed dream path methods. Feng Jinhuang could restrain his methods, but she was only a mortal GU master. Her strength was insufficient to go against the current Fang Yuan. Use Fate Vanquish quickly, Duke Long shouted. The GU immortals inside Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered and did not care about enemies or allies. They activated Fate Vanquish again with desperation and anxiety. The sky turned white. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the entire world. All the space in this world was filled with white light. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. It used rank 9 Fate GU as the core to activate a supreme killer move. Be they Heavenly Court or the three regions GU immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the whole battlefield ruthlessly, not differentiating enemies or allies. In an instant, regardless of which immortal GU house it was, they were all heavily injured or damaged. Damn it, damn it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth as blood flowed out of the corners of his lips. He felt his ambition melting like snow in the white light. This again, it is this move again. Whenever there is some breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will turn around the situation for Heavenly Court. Huh, Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused before revealing a complex expression. There was still a blood-red trace remaining in the empty battlefield. What was that? It was a cape, fluttering like a war banner. Oh 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 oh. Inside the cape, reckless savages will clenched his fists and beat his chest like an ape in heat. He was extremely excited, shouting wildly, "This is it! This is it! Within heaven and earth, who else is there but me? At the crucial moment, you still need to rely on me. Cool, I am damn cool." If it were just the three monsters, they naturally would not be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish easily. However, when they combined into one move and became connected to Fang Yuan as the core, using Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer able to harm them. In the endless light, Fang Yuan's white robe, black hair, and bloody cape were fluttering wildly with the wind. He charged. He pushed forward. He did not stop at all. We still have hope. From within the retreating Calamity Luck altar, Bing Sai Chuan opened his eyes wide and stared at that bright red image moving in the white space. Shen Kong Sheng coughed out blood repeatedly as he fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan, using all his strength to fix his gaze on him. He shouted inwardly, "Fang Yuan, you damned demon. Everything depends on you now." Fang Yuan shot forward like a sharp arrow. He was like a star of calamity that rose to the sky from the ground, bringing chaos to the world and defying heaven itself. Charge, charge. The grandeur of men can be seen when they charge ahead, oh yeah. Reckless savages will continue to shout as his voice rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Be they Duke Long, Feng Zhe, Heavenly Court's immortals, or the three regions immortals, they forced their eyes open and fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Heaven and earth was a scene of pure white, and in this whiteness, the path seemed to be exceptionally long and endless. As if it spanned across history, from the past until now. Over 3 million years ago, when variant humans were in prosperity, there was an inconspicuous human slave. He was called Wei Yushu. He heard of Heavenly Court's location. He was not willing to be a slave anymore. He escaped and was chased after. His master berated him coldly. "Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a child who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a GU immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yi Tong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace, you only needed to serve me and I have never treated you cruelly." Wei Yushu smiled sadly, "But, even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave." The female Inkman immortal was furious. "What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life but don't get such a chance." Wei Yushu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. "I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live I realized why I was always in low spirits and felt unhappiness. It was because I lacked one thing. He, I have read U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003 EU003E, I am truly too stupid. I am even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts, gill-less fish. At least, they know they lost their freedom and are staking their lives to chase after freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I lost my freedom. So, you want to escape, you want to reach heavenly court. The female Inkman Immortal sneered. You are too naive, you actually believe in the temptation of these devils. Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it. Heavenly court was never the important point. Without heavenly court, there can be earthly court, or even human court. There will always be a place where a group of humans gather and pursue freedom. 1,000,000 years ago, Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices. What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words, righteous path, are? Wrong. Maintaining heavenly court's righteous path requires you to pay a price, it requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter heavenly court. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Lu Shu Xian, and many others. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question. Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. The current era. Duke Long looked at Feng Jin Huang and said solemnly, Huang you need to understand that you are the future great dream immortal venerable who will surpass all the past venerables. You will create dream path and be invincible in the whole world. Your glory will shine and spread for ages, becoming the eternal symbol and support of humanity. Don't fear, don't hesitate, take each success to press forward indomitably until you reach the supreme peak of this world. Feng Jin Huang's eyes got brighter and brighter as she listened. She smiled with unparalleled beauty. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Jin Huang said, if all this is predestined by fate, then I do not believe in fate. Boom. Fang Yuan directly broke through the roof of heaven overseeing tower and entered inside. A heavenly court Gu immortal inside stood up to stop him. Fang Yuan directly pierced his hands into his chest and pulled fiercely, ripping the heavenly court Gu immortal into two halves. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's face. His skin was white like snow, cold like ice. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's black hair. The hair was like the night sky, letting out profound eerie light. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's blood cape. The cape was touching the ground like it was paving a bloody path for the tyrant's domination. Fang Yuan took large strides and reached the center of the top floor. Fate Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it were constantly receiving offerings that it had been receiving for millions of years. Fang Yuan grabbed Fate Gu. At this instance, even reckless savages will inside the cape was quiet, closing his mouth as he stared at Fang Yuan blankly. Because he realized, this was the moment of truth for the whole of humanity, no, for the whole world. At this time, Fang Yuan held Fate Gu in his hands, his gaze was flickering with complex emotions. He had finally caught Fate Gu, this was a scene which he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself and instead thought of U003C U003C the legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E. Ren Zhu said, he wanted freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, he could go wherever he wanted to go, and be with whoever he wanted to with forever. The birds berated him, you humans are destined to be alone, all gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu said, I want freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The beasts ridiculed him, but you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu said, I want freedom and to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever, I want eternal life. The fishes rebutted, but you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life, you will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom but you also need to abide by your nature, you should not indulge in wild fantasies. Ren Zhu was puzzled. Ren Zhu was disgruntled. Ren Zhu was irritated. Ren Zhu became insane. How can you have such thoughts? Why can't I have the same thoughts? Why can't a human be together forever with their loved ones? Why can't a human live life without worries and have endless wealth? Why can't a human have eternal life? Because fate does not allow it. Because it does not allow, therefore I cannot do it. I cannot even think about it. On what basis? On what damned basis? On what basis am I not allowed to think about it? On what basis is eternal life forbidden? If such thoughts turn me insane, then let me become a lunatic. If such pursuit makes me demonic, then let me become a demon. Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu and sneered coldly. He clenched his fist lightly. Crack, a soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Destroyed.